Honorable Takile, Honorable Mabunda, Honorable Bloom, Honorable Fuchs, Honorable Dilange, Honorable Ghana, and Honorable Mukwebo. The staff under Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Z. Panchwambalo, Senior Researcher S. Ninweli, Researcher Dr. Mukonoto, Senior Committee Coordinator, Ms. Nkidi, Committee Coordinator, and August Committee Administrator, Team Somi, Service Office, Aingobo, Hansard Staff, M. Makwela, Information Officer, W. Nsibande, and Communication Officer, A. Mukoka, also Public Outreach Officer, and Butelets, on adoption in accordance with Rule 117, Section C, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164. The Health Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Health fourth quarter report of the 2019-2020 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee's consents and proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Yeah, that is the report. Can we get any seconder? Any seconder to the report?
I second.
Seconded. Now
Deputy
I put a question.
Deputy Chair of
All
Chairs,
those who...
point of exigency. I don't know if it's allowed, but I've been a victim.
Which rule?
Deputy Chair, I think it's not. Deputy Chair, I think it's not about the rule. Members are in the other group. I was there now. We can't hear you this side, and they can't hear you. You can't hear us that side. So I suggest that you request the IT people to call speaker, because speaker is also in that forum. There's two links. I've been logged into that other link, and we couldn't hear anything this side, and you guys can't hear us. So my suggestion is, let's get speaker to, and those people that are that side, Chief Whip and other members, to come this side.
Okay, thank you very much, and putting that to our attention. I think that our table assistants will work on it, and thank you very much. Can I really get the seconder for this? I saw the hand of Dakile. Can I get the seconder to the report?
Seconded, Chair of Chairs, seconded.
Thank you. Can I now put a question? All those in favor say yes.
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 All those not in favor say no. The yes have it, then the report is adopted. Now, we'll go to the second item, which is the second order, that is for education. Can the table assistant follow them as they are? The secretary read the second order.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Chairman.
I'm well.
Sorry, let's give the secretary to read the second order. Then we'll allow the chairman to be on the podium. The secretary, read the second order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Education for the 2018-2019 financial year. Thank you.
Can we have the legislature background, Deputy Chair of Chairs?
Thank you. Let me allow the chairperson of education, member MK Chilwani, to present the committee report.
The background, please.
Yeah, thank you. That aspect of technology, I've lost the battle, but I'm sure I will ask. I will get help in my next order. Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I, as the chair of the education, there's background noise.
not worrying about the way she dresses, the way she looks, her hair. I mean, immediately you put yourself out.
Deputy Chair of Chess.
Can we all mute our mics?
Muthu
Is
asho
member
disturb.
Mutara? Is member Mutara?
It sounds like MEC Mutara.
MEC Mutara, can you mute, please?
Victoria girls' side. They have started
And
now.
the
Central
Khamel,
is
I'm mute.
interrupting you.
Let's mute our mic and the chairperson continue.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Chair of Chess. Hereby table the Portfolio Committee report on the Gauteng Department of Education fourth quarterly report for the 2019-20 financial year. The Department of Education has received a total of 49.8 billion, which was later readjusted to 49.6 during the current financial year. In allocation, the department has spent 48 billion by the end of the quarter under review. This shows that the department has spent 97% of the allocated budget. The department's expenditure is in line with Treasury regulation, which indicates that the department must spend 25% of their budgets in each quarter. Key highlights for the quarter under review are as follows. The Department of Education scooped the Best Performing Department Award in the social cluster during the Gauteng Premier Service Excellence Award held at the Kalaga Convention Center. The reopening of newly built schools, North Geseg, the provincial jamboree, which was held successful for vulnerable learners from full service schools in Gauteng West and Joburg East districts. The department hosted a gala dinner for young writers to acknowledge participating writers for their efforts in exposing to opportunities that exist within the department. Generally, the department's performance in the quarter under review is fair because it has registered 97% spending on vote level. Of the total 44 performance measures tracked, 34 were achieved, which is 77.3%, and 10 were not achieved, which is 22.7%. In assessment of service delivery performance, that indicates the department has exceeded the targets of Program 2 in relation to, amongst others, no-fee schools, the provision of scholar transport, the provision of school nutrition program, and SIP sites. The department has further trained educators in literacy content, methodology, and further provided support to various schools. The committee noted that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a major effect on schooling for the 2020 academic year, including school closure of schools, halting of infrastructure projects. In preparation for the reopening of schools, the department has ensured that all head office and district offices buildings were deep cleaned and disinfected. PPEs were procured and provided for all GDE staff and learners in school. Social distancing measures and the use of PPEs are being practiced in all GDE buildings. In preparation for the reopening on the 1st of June 2020, schools were disinfected and deep cleaned. The department allocated funds to all schools in good financial standing to mobilize locally registered companies to carry out the cleaning and disinfection of schools. The spending patterns in the third quarter suggest the department has put in place sufficient measures across various programs to achieve the 2019-20 financial year objectives, especially in Program 2. However, close attention is to be paid towards infrastructure development, examination, and education-related services spending. Concerns findings, recommendation, implications on lawmaking. The committee is concerned about the cases of vandalism and destruction of school property during the school closures as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. The committee is concerned about the underspending of Program 1 and Program 7, of which is 7% and 19% respectively. The committee welcomes the training of 500 pre-grade R practitioners and encourage the department to make efforts towards encouraging more schools to offer pre-grade R in the province. The proposed recommendations, the department to provide progress towards assisting those schools that experience vandalism and destruction of property when they were closed. A report should be submitted by the 31st of August 2020. The department to devise an innovative and effective strategy for Program 1 and 7 To avoid under expenditure, a report should be submitted by the 31st of August 2020. The department to implement a plan to encourage more schools to offer pre-grade R, including an indication of additional resources to be provided, a progress report to be provided by the 31st of August 2020. The committee wishes to thank the MEC of Education, Panyazali Sufi, and his senior officials for the presentation of the fourth quarterly report and the substantial and sustained efforts they have made to inform the committee of the details of the quarterly report. The chairperson would like to further thank the committee members, Honorable Hassan, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Peace, Honorable Ramulifu, Honorable Lapo, Honorable Kwebo, Honorable Deval, Alberts, and Honorable Adams for their dedication and support during this process. And further, I would like to thank the support team as outlined. In terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Education Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Education fourth quarterly report for the 2019-20 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account concerned proposed recommendation made in this report.
Thank you, Chair. Any seconder, Fasia?
Member Hassan, it's Member Hassan. I wish to second the report.
Thank you. Now I put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. And all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it, and the report is adopted. So the Secretary should read the third order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Sports, Recreation, Arts, Culture Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Chairperson, Member W.M. Macheke, present the committee report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, I hereby tables the Committee Oversight Report on the 2019-2020 financial year fourth quarterly performance of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation as follows. Deputy Chair of Chairs, may I request that the part of the report that I haven't read in the visual house consider it as having been read. I will focus on the executive summary, concerns, recommendations, acknowledgement and adoption. On executive summary, Deputy Chair of Chairs, for the quarter under review, the department was allocated an adjusted budget of 329,887,000 and 247,183,000 was spent, reflecting an expenditure of 75%.
Please, can you mute Chavalala? Can you mute? Okay, continue, Chair.
You must not appear, not just mute.
And he's at the house of Makwapeni. Can you tell him to mute? He's not at his house.
Listen, can you allow us to present reports?
Chairperson, you're protected. Continue presenting the report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. With regards to service delivery targets of 70, only 41 targets were achieved, reflecting 59%, which was the lower performance compared to the previous 3 quarters. On Program 1, Administration, for the quarter under review, this program received an allocation of 52,317,000 and spent 44,757,000. This is an expenditure of 85.5%. On Program 2, Cultural Affairs, received a quarter allocation of 78,185,000. The department spent 56,240,000, recording an expenditure of 71.9%, which is the same as the previous quarter. The Gauteng Film Commission was allocated an amount of 9.4 million for the quarter, and at the end of the quarter under review, they spent 9.5 million, reflecting 100% expenditure. Of their set targets of 25, they managed to achieve 19, which represents 76%, and could not achieve 6, which represent 24%. There is no correlation between the funds spent and the targets achieved in this regard. On Program 3, Library and Archival Services, in the quarter under review, this program was allocated 81,029,000 and spent 43,213,000, which is 53.3% expenditure due to the vacant posts for community library services grants, as well as delays in the library infrastructure projects. On Program 4, Sports and Recreation, the quarter under review, this program received a total allocation of 118,356,000 and spent 102,973,000, which is 87% expenditure. The department in its report to the committee submitted a disclaimer that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the correctness, completeness, and validity of the submitted information has not been verified. On committee concerns, the committee planned, the department had planned to support 10 street buskers through the launch of this program in December 2019. However, this target was not achieved. The department planned to support 60 community structures during the financial year under review. This quota was not achieved in the first, second, and third quarters. In the quarter under review, only 51 organizations were supported. The 183% expenditure on legal and governance program of the Gauteng Film Commission for the quarter under review due to additional board meetings. The department had planned to establish 14 workstations for visually impaired individuals in the libraries across the Gauteng City region, and they did not manage to achieve this target. This target was also not achieved in the 2018-19 financial year and was carried over to the 2019-2020 financial year. The targets for the establishment of post-production and editing research hubs and number of audio-visual resources center in libraries was not achieved under the Gauteng Film Commission, and this was due to the department internal processes challenges. The vacant positions of the CEO for the Gauteng Film Commission and the impact this has on corporate governance is resulting in poor performance in the quarter under review. On proposed recommendations, the committee recommends the following to the department: provide progress report on the implementation of the street buskers program by 31st of July 2020, provide a plan to ensure that the target for supporting community organizations is achieved adequately in the new financial year. A plan should be sent by 31st of July 2020. Provide a report on reasons that necessitated the over expenditure by GFC on board meetings. The report should be submitted by 31st of July 2020. Provide progress report on the establishment of workstations for visually impaired by 31st of July 2020. Provide progress report on the establishment of the post-production editing research hubs and audio-visual resources center in libraries. Provide the status report on the recruitment and appointment of the CEO for the Gauteng Film Commission by 31st of July 2020. On acknowledgement, the Portfolio Committee would like to acknowledge Honorable MEC and senior officials for the presentation of the fourth quarterly report. The chairperson for FERA would like to acknowledge honorable members in Rovana, B.E. Letsoalo, Tin Dlovu, S. Chabalala, El More, R.B. Masemola, A.T. Tangano, N. Khadebe, and K. Adams. We also want to thank the group committee coordinator, Ms. Pantswa Mbalo, senior committee researcher, Dr. Nenweli, committee researcher, Ms. Shikwane, committee coordinator, Ms. Gubudu, committee administrator, Mr. Dabula, senior information officer, J.Q. Wicks, communications officer, Mr. Dikola, public participation officer, Mr. Mklala, Hansat Recorder, Mr. Makwela, and service officer, Ms. Mamabolo, for their role throughout the process. On adoption of the report in accordance with Rule 117, Sub Rule 2, Section C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture recommends that the report on the 2019-2020 financial year fourth quarterly report be adopted by the Visual House, taking into account concerns and proposed recommendation raised in this report. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Any seconder to the report?
Member Adams, I second the report. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I put the question to the House. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those who are not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Let's proceed to the next order. Please, Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Community Safety for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable who? Honorable Bettis. Hello. Honorable Member Mapiti.
Thanks, Chair. Do you hear me, Chair of Chairs? Deputy Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks very much for this opportunity. I, Mapiti Matsena, is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety, tables the committee's oversight report on the fourth quarter report of Gauteng Department of Community Safety for the 2019-20 financial year. This oversight report provides a summary of the committee's assessment of the fourth quarter performance report of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety for the 19-20 financial year. Madam Deputy Speaker, part of the report as circulated to members, not read, I request that it should be taken as read by the House. In the quarter under review, the department had achieved 47 targets out of the 61 planned targets. This translates to 77% achievement of targets. The department's performance for this quarter demonstrated a decline when compared to the previous quarter, that is the third quarter, which had recorded 81% achievement of targets. At the beginning of the 19-20 financial year, the department received 759.2 million. The latter was adjusted to 778 million during the adjusted budget adjustment period. For the quarter under review, 170 million was spent out of an allocation of 181.2 million, marking 94% expenditure. The overall expenditure at the end of fourth quarter was 764.2 million, marking an overall expenditure by 98.2% for the financial year. The three programs of the department spent as follows. Program 1, administration, was allocated 41 million for quarter under review, and 30.7 million was utilized, marking 75% expenditure. The year-to-date expenditure for this program was 150.8 million, which was 100% of the program's allocation for this financial year, Madam Deputy Speaker. Program 2, Provincial Secretariat has spent 37.1 million by the end of the quarter under review, out of an allocation of 39.6 million, marking 94% expenditure. The overall expenditure for the financial year was 155.3 million, marking 99.9% expenditure of the annual budget. The program 3, traffic management, was allocated 100.6 million and 102.2 million was spent, marking a slight over expenditure by 2%. The program has spent a total of 458.1 million of its annual allocation at the end of this quarter, marking 97% expenditure. The committee appreciates the department's that the department redirected its resources in response to the national state of disaster, which was declared a few days before the quarter under review ended. The department reported that the resources were diverted to enforce compliance to the COVID-19 regulation across the province. To this regard, 3,462 patrollers were deployed at shopping malls and South African Social Security Agent, that is SASSA, payment bonds, with an additional 228 patrollers deployed at shelters for homeless people. The department also reported that visits were undertaken to the taxi ranks, malls, shopping centers, spaza shops, liquor outlets, and other open areas across the province to monitor and enforce compliance of COVID-19 regulation pertinent to the lockdown. The committee noted the interventions which were made by the department to support victims of gender-based violence. Among others, 704 holistic psychosocial services were offered to victims. 161 clients were offered medical legal services. 85 women and 101 children were provided with shelter. Moreover, 430 GPV dockets were analyzed and 485 GP cases were tracked through the Family Justice Support Program. Madam Deputy Speaker, the committee also noted that the gender-based violence response plan was developed and implemented. The plan encompassed resuscitation of Greater Door House to enhance accessibility and much needed support to victims. The committee further noted the continued effort by the department to ensure road users compliance to increase road safety. In this regard, Madam Deputy Speaker, various road safety operations were conducted, which included reckless and negligent driving operations, speed operation, drunken driving, pedestrian operation, as well as road safety awareness programs. The committee welcomed the decrease on road fatalities. Road fatalities decreased by 5%, whilst fatal crashes recorded a decline by 6% when compared with the same period for 18-19 financial year. On the findings, recommendation, and implications, the concern that the committee raised the following concern: that the investigation related to irregular expenditure in payments made to sister and cloud seed services providers was still not completed. The 16.13% vacancy rate, which was 6.13 above the stipulated threshold. The inability to meet the 3% target on employment of persons with disabilities. The withdrawal of gender-based violence case by victims. The department's inability to assess the functionality of community safety forums. The poor leadership and management of police stations, as well as negligence by police officers when executing their duties. Recommendations, Madam Deputy Speaker. The committee's recommendations are as follows. The department must finalize the investigation which was commissioned in relation to irregular expenditure in payment made to sister and cloud seed service providers and submitted a status report on to the committee. The department must provide a status report on the filling of vacant position to ensure that delivery of service is not compromised. The department must report progress on intervention made to achieve the 3% target on the employment of persons with disabilities. The department must provide a status report on interventions which were put in place to minimize withdrawal of gender-based violence cases. The department must provide a status report on intervention made to ensure the functionality of community safety forums. The department must ensure that consequence management measures are instituted against officers who are found to be negligent when discharging their duties. The department must submit a progress report on the above recommendation by the 1st of August. I wish to thank MEC for Community Safety, Honorable Faith Mazibuko, the acting head of the department, Mr. Sibo Tanjekwayo, and senior management of the department for the cooperation during the committee's assessment on the fourth quarter report, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to also thank members of the committee who are very supportive in all processes, particularly in relation to all the reports that were submitted and discussed. Honorable yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker,
Hello, you done?
Madam Deputy Speaker,
Honorable Matana.
I'm saying, I want
Honorable
to thank
Matana.
members of the, yes, I'm listening.
Oh, yes. I thought it's kicking me out. Okay. Do we
Do you hear me now, Madam Deputy Speaker? Madam Deputy Speaker, do you hear me? Madam Deputy Speaker?
Yeah, it seems it's cut off. You can continue with the recommendations. I mean, you can continue with the adoption.
Is there a seconder?
Madam, yes, I would like to thank members of the committee, Honorable.
Is there a seconder?
Madam Deputy Speaker? Do you hear me, Madam Deputy Speaker? Madam Deputy Speaker, do you hear me?
Yeah, no, I was asking for a seconder. Did you get seconder for your report? For your report?
I was still at the end of the report. On
Okay, continue. Sorry, continue.
I was, yes. I want to thank members of the committee, yourself, Honorable N. Kagaza Manamela, Honorable Kanyile, Honorable Moody, Shackleton, and Honorable Radev and Honorable J. Hoffman for their impeccable contribution in the assessment of the 1920 of this report. I also want to thank the staff who are really working very hard to support us on adoption, Madam Deputy Speaker, in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, I, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety, hereby recommend that the Committee Oversight report on the Department of Community Safety fourth quarter report on the 2019 financial year be adopted by the House, considering the concern and proposed recommendation made in this report. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for the adoption of this report? A seconder?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I put the questions. All those in favor for the adoption, say aye.
Yes. Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Those who are not in favor, those who are not in favor, say no. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Man, this thing of this platform is a problem.
Okay, noted, Member Litwalo. Let's move on to the next order, please, Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Consideration of the Health Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Health Budget Vote number 4 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of the year 2020 for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Member Dekamel.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I, Dr. Rebecca Paladidi-Gamela, the chairperson of the Health Portfolio Committee, tables the committee's report of Gauteng Department of Health's budget vote report for 2020 and 2021 financial year. Member, Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me start by saying part of the report that I will not read be considered as read in this House. The oversight role of the Portfolio Committee as prescribed in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the standing rules of the Gauteng legislature makes it imperative for the committee to provide an analytical assessment of the state of budget allocation for the department. The Department of Health received the second largest allocation of 55.7 billion in the province for the year 2020 and 2021, of which it is constituted by an equitable share of 43.0 billion, 12.6 conditional grants. Conditional grants are funds provided by the national government to provinces for the achievement of specific objectives and projects identified by the national government. Therefore, conditional grants have a specific purpose to fulfill. So the budget is increased by 8.3%. So the committee note the key assumptions that were considered on the reprioritization of the budget as follows. The introduction of the stimulus package posts, the e-health investment in facilities, reprioritization of funds to 10 priority hospitals, investment in infrastructure delivery, and improved management of personnel budget. The committee welcomes the budget increase as it will assist the department in ensuring that the set goals are realized. The committee welcomes that in this current financial year, the budget allocation has increased under the following. District health services 14.4%, administration 11.5%, provincial hospital services 9.9%, health sciences and training 5.6%, central hospital services 4.7%, EMS 2.9%, and health facilities management 1.2% as compared to the previous financial year. Decrease in allocation is noted on healthcare support services at 0.7%. The committee finds it imperative that the 2020-2021 financial budget should reflect the commitment made by the Premier in his State of the Province address. The commitment includes accelerated transformation of the Gauteng healthcare system through investment in infrastructure, the recruitment of skilled and talented professionals, deployment of ICT to enhance efficiencies, tackling of fraud and corruption. In terms of the infrastructure, the building of 6 hospitals and the completion of 12 primary healthcare facilities that include Buikutsong, Mantisa Shitega, Buitumelo, Fine Town, Green Park, Kutson South, Kekanastad, and Sebukeng Zone 17. As such, the committee welcomes various interventions that are being implemented by the department to realize this vision. Of importance is the implementation of the long outstanding integrated health information system that will improve patient administration, financial management, decision-making, and clinical patient management. The committee urges the department to avoid irregular expenditure caused by employing service providers without competitive skills, as well as the persistent underperformance on paying service delivery or service providers within 30 days. On finding and recommendations, the committee is concerned with slow pace of the health implementation system implementation as part of the scanning and indexing of patient records in hospitals, the non-provision of implementation plan for insourcing of cleaning and security personnel, the non-stated figures on the waiting times, the recurring irregular expenditure caused by employing service providers without competitive bidders, the reduction of the NHI grant budget, and the performance of the 5 provincial laundries that provide health facilities with linen despite the budget allocation. Laundries still have no capacity and hospitals are still running short of linen. On recommendation, the committee recommends that the department should provide detailed report by the 31st of July 2020 on the following: the status of the upgrade of and modernization of the health system, plus ICT infrastructure and the timeframes of the completion of the projects, the implementation report with timelines and budget allocation for the insourcing of cleaning and security personnel, the actual figures as stated on the APP for the waiting times for surgery operation, the plans in place to ensure consequence management for employees responsible for recurring irregular expenditure by employing service bidders without competitive bidders, the resources for a reduction, the reasons for the reduction of the NHI grant for 2020-2021 financial year. The progress report on the strategy to ensure closer working relations between Gauteng DID and Gauteng Department of Health. On acknowledgements, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to thank the MEC for Health, Dr. Bandile Masuku, and his team led by Professor Lukele as the HOD of the department for preparation of the budget vote for, and the entire team in the department, and through details, providing us with a detailed report and responding to questions raised by honorable members in the Committee of Health. Highly appreciated is the role of the committee members of the Portfolio Committee, Ella Sindwa, D. Dagile, B. Mabunda, J. Bloom, A. Fuchs, I. Mugwebo, A. Dilange, and M. Ghana. I also acknowledge the support staff, Z. Panchwambalo, S. Ninweli, N. Ngidi, Dr. Mukonoto, N. August, T. Msomi, I. Ngobo, W. Nsibande, N. Butelezi, A. Mukoka, and M. Makwela. On adoption, Honorable Deputy Speaker, in accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read with Rule 164, the committee hereby commends the House and adopt the Health Portfolio Committee report of the Department of Health Budget Vote for 2020-2021 financial year, taking into consideration the contents and proposed recommendations. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
To Mayor Dr. Degamela. Do you have a seconder?
I move to second, Madam Chair, I move to adopt Member Bloom.
Thank you, Member Bloom. Now I put the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you for that. Those who do not agree, those who object to the adoption, can they say no, please? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Secretary, can we please move to the next order? Hello, can we move to the next order?
Deputy Chair, check if it's for the debate there.
The next order, yes?
I thought it's a debate. I'm getting into the next order.
Oh, yes, the next order, yeah.
I'm moving to the next order, Deputy Chair.
Go ahead. Yes, please read it out.
A minute.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Debate on the Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Debate on the detail of the office of the department on the detail of the Department of Health Budget Vote 4 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable MEC Masugu. MEC Masugu.
My leader.
Yes, MEC Masugu. Is MEC in the meeting? Secretary, please advise.
He's mute. He must unmute his mic.
Can somebody nudge him? Send him an SMS or something.
Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Legislature, I have unmute.
We can hear you, MEC.
Is it fine? Okay.
Yes, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Legislature, senior management of the Department of Health, members of the media, the people of Gauteng. A year ago, we took office and committed ourselves to build a patient-centered, clinician-led, and a stakeholder-driven Gauteng Health, a commitment we still hold. Today, we are back to report on the progress made and the priorities of the year ahead. We are happy to say we have made significant strides, encountered setbacks, and still look to the future with great optimism and determination. So much is happening in the world today that mirrors our domestic struggles and reality. Economic depression, racism, sexism, mistrust, and global pandemic. In other words, our attempts at improving the quality of health care of our people takes place under a very challenging objective conditions. We have no doubt that our collective wisdom and determination as a people will see us emerge victorious. Of all the challenges and evil facing us, we must confront the demon of racism and patriarchy, the most, and defeat it. In this regard, we are inspired by the words of a revolutionary Angela Davis when she said, "I do not think we have an alternative other than remaining optimistic. Optimism is necessary, even if it's an only optimism of the will, as Gramsci said, and pessimism of the intellect." Madam Speaker, we are in the middle of a global pandemic of COVID-19, and Gauteng is a strategic geography in the life of the country and of the continent. To date, there's approximately 8.5 million confirmed cases and more than 455,000 deaths confirmed worldwide. In South Africa, we have 83,000 confirmed cases with 1,737 deaths and counting. Given the novel nature and the magnitude of the coronavirus, its impact is life-changing in every respect. However, humanity has always prevailed over numerous pandemics, and we have no doubt that working together, we will adapt and survive this one too. On behalf of the entire department and of myself, I wish to express our deepest appreciation to the countless frontline staff without which we cannot win the war against the pandemic. I wish to pay a special tribute to the following soldiers for life: Professor Bernard Jansen van Rysbeck, a member of the Gauteng Clinical Governance Advisory Committee to the MEC of Health in Gauteng, and the chairperson of the Provincial Mental Health Technical Advisory Committee. Dr. Clarence Mini, the chairperson of the Gauteng Health Accreditation Committee and the Council for Medical Schemes. Professor Anton Stolz, a biochemist and a researcher who worked at Steve Biko and Academic Hospital Cluster, who helped us in putting up and planning for our pandemic response. Ms. Margaret Huma, an auxiliary nurse at Dr. George Mukari, Ms. Rachel Ketse, an enrolled nurse at Dr. Yusuf Dadu, Sister Winnie Silwane at Krisani Baragwanath Academic Hospital. These soldiers and few others lost in the course of COVID frontline continues to inspire us to do more. More than anything, the COVID-19 pandemic lays the undisputed truth that we need universal health coverage now. The time for NHI is now. We also wish to remember the youth of 1976. 44 years on, we salute them for their bravery and agency. For the sake of their memory, we'll continue to strive for greater freedom. Without the youth, there is no future. Throughout economic and social policies, we must continue to advance the interest of youth inside and outside of government. Madam Speaker, it is an honor and privilege to present the budget vote for the year 2020 2021 financial year. The total budget allocation provided for this financial year is 55.7 billion, with a nominal growth of 8%, whilst the real growth is 2.7%, which is less than the consumer price index indicator of 5.3% at the time of budget preparation. Improving patient experience of care is our #1 priority. We continue to make strides to ensure that we comply with national court standards, such as upholding patients' rights, ensuring patient safety, and improving clinical care. The patient experience of results for the year 2019-2020 saw Gauteng province attaining 82%, exceeding the national benchmark of 80%. Our efforts for 2020-2021 include sustaining the positive experience of care at 82% and even moving above that. We continue to invest in initiatives to improve staff morale through our occupational health and wellness program, which includes lately our employee value proposition. For this purpose, we have set aside 5.6 million in the current financial year. The EVP program in particular has given us an opportunity to acknowledge the likes of Mr. Sakile Masombuk, an exceptional cleaner at Charlotte Maxeke Academic Hospital, who I had the pleasure to meet on the New Year's Eve while working in one of the cleanest emergency areas. Mrs. Goodness Nontlanhla Tsweu, a receptionist in Krisani Paraguana's pediatric unit, who organized local artists to draw pictures of doctors and cartoons animals, bringing smiles to the children's wards. Madam Speaker, without investment in infrastructure, we will not deliver our promise to provide quality healthcare. The planning phase for Priority 10 Priority Hospital has been completed and implementation has begun. We are investing in excess of 1.1 billion for the maintenance and refurbishment of this hospital this year alone. In 2020-2021, the infrastructure program will include the implementation of measures to improve the electronic security surveillance in all our health facilities. At the end of this financial year, we will open 7 new facilities in the province, namely Mandisa Shikeka Day Clinic in Hammanskraal, Boikutsong Clinic in Soshanguve, Philip Moyo CHC in Davidton Tshwatwa, Kutsong South in Kutsong Carltonville, Finetown Clinic in Ennerdale, Greens Park Clinic in West Rand, Kekanstad in Kekans Gardens. In 3 weeks' time, we will also have an opportunity to open a state-of-the-art neonatal unit at Mamelodi Hospital, which will be part of our critical effort to fight and reduce neonatal mortality. We continue to push the bar regarding the provision of emergency medical services in Gauteng. On average, we service over 100,000 calls in the province, with 65% of such routed to emergency calls. This year, we are investing more funds to procure additional EMS vehicles to the tune of 294 million. This translates into a total of 290 ambulances, categorized as follows: intermediate life support ambulances, 90% 90 multi-purpose ambulances, 160 and planned patient transport vehicles being 40. In response to the rising safety needs of our EMS personnel, we have fitted 940 EMS vehicles with tracking devices. We remain hopeful that our community outreach will help us to arrest this negative development of attack to our EMS. Madam Speaker, in this area, we've made significant strides, the area of mental health service. Our allocation of 450 million for mental health posts and acute beds has produced results. Refurbishment that adhere to mental health specifications at Helen Joseph and Charlotte Maxeke have been completed. A 20-unit bed at Helen Joseph has been in operation since mid-2019. For this year, an additional 103 million have been made available for 500 additional contracted beds at both Clinic Health Group and Life Health Care using the existing contractual obligations. We are pleased to highlight that Gauteng is the only province with a mental health review board across all districts. Madam Speaker, we remain committed to the UNAIDS 1990 treatment targets. for combating HIV whilst maintaining close to 0% in mother-to-child transmission. For the financial year, we will spend 5.2 billion. This is up from 4.7 billion last year. An amount of 443 million of these resources is allocated for XDR and MDR tuberculosis. The targets for 2020-21 financial year includes testing 3.5 million people for HIV, retaining treatment 1.4 million adults and 33,000 children under 15, intensifying ARV rollout, implementing strategies towards improvement of viral load suppression, revitalizing HCT campaign and intensifying intervention on the highest risk population for HIV and TB infections. 90% treatment success for drug-susceptible TB and 75% treatment success for drug-resistant TB. Primary health care is a foundation upon which the establishment of universal health coverage in South Africa will be built on. It is for this reason that we continue to improve on its allocation from 17.2 million last year to 19 million this year. In line with the commitments made in the previous financial year, we have increased a number of community health centers that are providing 24-hour services from 30 to 32 through the activation of Zola Clinic and Ebony Park Clinic, which we are running in conjunction with the City of Johannesburg. Furthermore, we are continuing to provide primary health care through 791 functional, fully fledged ward-based outreach teams, and we have introduced the comprehensive chronic medicine program, which benefits 355 patients. We have 84.7% clinics reaching ideal clinic status, and we have established 200 pharmacy dispensing units for chronic medication. Madam Speaker, we have committed to build an ethical, efficient, and capable developmental state. This year, we will continue to strengthen governance in the manner that improve outcomes, drive organizational renewal, modernize our ICT ecosystem, ensure internal control, and strengthen leadership. It is for this reason that we have started implementing the health information system with the allocation of 100 million across our 19 community health care centers and 4 priority hospitals. We have also expanded our Mpilo app capabilities to include ambulance e-hailing and COVID-19 screening and information. Last year, we committed to fill 1,974 critical posts, including CEOs. We are pleased to announce that we have filled more than 4,442 posts, which includes critical and replacement posts. Among these appointed are young leaders in key managerial positions. Last year, we reported that 8,794 community healthcare workers were absorbed into a PESAL system. By the 1st of July 2020, the department will finalize the translation of 8,500 community healthcare workers as level 2 employees in our system. We will complete the remaining number by the 31st July 2020. Mediation rather than litigation is beginning to take root and yielding results in Gauteng. The introduction of the mediation process has thus far saved the department over 38 million between October 2019 and March 2020. We anticipate that the contingent liability of medical legal cases will be reduced from 22 billion to 19.8 billion in the current financial year. Madam Speaker, health promotion and education is about strengthening our message that prevention is better than cure. Around the world, the health system is based on the prevention policy, among the best systems. In the current year and under COVID-19, health promotion and education has become even more important than ever. We will continue to engage our communities on the range of public campaigns aimed at creating awareness and mobilizing energies for our people to improve health outcomes. We have also partnered with the Department of Sports and Culture in a program called Hanyani to support promotion of active lifestyles coupled with appropriate dietary behavior that promotes good health. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I want to assure members of the House and the public that our forward march to creating a patient-centered, clinician-led, and stakeholder-driven healthcare system remains on course. The COVID-19 pandemic presents us with the opportunity to accelerate our programs. We have no doubt that our system will be tested to the limit. Whatever resources we put in this fight, we have an obligation to ensure that our healthcare system is a future-proof for all crises. We are grateful for the many partnerships that have been established and strengthened as a direct result of the COVID-19 pandemic. We wish to thank President Cyril Ramaphosa, Minister Dr. Zweli Mkhize, and the Premier, Mr. David Makhura, for leading us with courage and diligence during this particular period. We also extend our gratitude to the Health Portfolio Committee under the leadership of Dr. Rebecca Dikhamela and all honorable committee members for keeping us true to our commitment throughout the year. As we ready ourselves for the peak and confront the belly of the beast, we want to once more thank the foot soldiers that continue to fight in the front lines. The words of Migo Kane, the author of Scars of the Prophet, ring true in moments like this ones. I quote, "Somewhere in the night, a quiet professional is waiting. He does not care that he is tired, that his hardened body is sleep deprived. He is broken and vigilant in his task," close quote. Ours is both a burden and an opportunity to emerge out of this battle having forged even more inclusive, affordable, and a resilient healthcare system. We dare not fail. I hereby present the 2020-2021 health budget vote for your approval. I thank you.
Unmute, Deputy Speaker.
Hello. Thank you, Honorable Member Masugu MEC. Honorable Bloom.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, I wish to join the Honourable MEC in expressing gratitude, wholesome gratitude, to all our health personnel on the front lines of the fight against COVID-19. They are real heroes. But there's no doubt that this health budget has been superseded by events, and it will need to be changed substantially to effectively combat this terrible pandemic. The real tragedy is that this viral plague exposes all the long-standing weaknesses of our health system. Many of our hospitals are grossly overcrowded, especially in the winter months. Tembisa, unfortunately, is a notorious example. It happens quite often that there are not enough ICU beds for emergency cases, and survival chances are worsened for many patients because of a lack of resources. Beds have been freed up for this pandemic by the cancellation of elective surgery, but this already has unacceptably long waiting lists and waiting time. I predict today that far more people will die this year in Gauteng from preventable and treatable tuberculosis and HIV/AIDS than from COVID-19. This is very unfortunate. More people will also die from other causes that could have been prevented by early treatment. Acting Speaker, we wish the Honourable MEC well as he confronts the COVID-19 crisis. We understand that we are dealing with imperfect information on this virus and that mistakes will be made. We have to do what we can with what we have, and we must change strategy when there's new evidence. We are all in this together, and our criticism is meant to highlight where there are deficiencies and where there can be improvements. As in previous years, however, the DA will not be supporting this budget. This is because there have been countless promises of a turnaround from the pervasive dysfunction and poor financial management of this department. But we find that budget indiscipline is as bad as ever. The department failed to spend 908 million rand in the past financial year. This was worse than the 631 million rand that was unspent the previous year. There were massive underspends in some programs and massive overspends in others. What is the use of a budget if it is not adhered to? The accruals are still very high. It's over 2 billion rand. And only 66% of businesses were paid within the required 30 days in the fourth quarter of the last financial year. A key failure so far is the inability to make progress on an integrated health information system which will assist with controlling costs and improving efficiency. And we've seen little progress made with electronic files to replace paper files, which would help immensely in cutting queues and waiting times for patients. I hope what the Honourable MEC has promised today actually happens. We really need it. The DA is immensely concerned at the abrupt departure at this critical time of Chief Financial Officer Kapela Lolo Enya. We need a full explanation of this, as there is lots of talk about irregularities in the procurement of personal protective equipment. Special oversight measures should be put in place to ensure that all urgent purchases are value for money and free of corruption. We desperately hope that the department can rise to the challenge of COVID-19, but it is handicapped by years of mismanagement. It is very disappointing that more progress has not been made with alternative ways to deliver chronic medicine to vulnerable people instead of queuing at hospitals and clinics. This is especially relevant now with the COVID-19 crisis, as it exposes many elderly and sickly people to infection risk. The department should seriously consider using a courier service at this time for certain medicine deliveries, as is done now in the Western Cape. It's also not acceptable that vital and essential medicines availability is only 95% when it should be very close to 100%. They're called vital and essential medicines for a reason. Another major problem is that many of our health facilities do not comply with occupational health and safety legislation, and it's not clear whether money will come to fix this. Refurbishing and building projects typically take double the time and double the initial estimated costs to finish. We are suggesting that private sector expertise is used to ensure that all COVID-19 infrastructure projects are completed efficiently and within budget. And wherever possible, these projects should be strategically situated and designed to meet longer-term health needs as well. I remember at the opening of the Tela Mugarani Hospital 6 years ago, the then Minister of Health, Arun Motsoaledi, promised a new hospital in Soshanguve. But this is still a long, long way away. Imagine what a help this hospital would be in the current crisis. And all the other hospitals promised but not delivered, including Kempton Park and Davidton. But strangely, although a new West Rand hospital was not promised, 500 million rand will be found to refurbish the Anglo Gold facility, which I'm sure is very worthy, but other areas actually have more need. I could list numerous other deficiencies in this department that will unfortunately get worse before they get better because of the COVID-19 crisis. Unfortunately, it is very likely that the Auditor General will issue another scathing report this year. So I have to say reluctantly, and it is reluctantly, because we really would like to support the budget of an efficient department that delivers. We cannot support this present budget. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next speaker being Honorable Paternoster. Yes. Hello.
I'm here. Morning. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Public healthcare in Gauteng is a huge disaster, as evidenced by our focus on this department since January 2018. The EFF has become an official contact for complaints for desperate patients and citizens tormented by the horrible service of this department that has become even worse due to COVID-19. Last year, the EFF raised concerns with the Emergency Medical Services program of mere 3% of the total budget when in 2015 the department admitted having had a shortage of emergency vehicles, despite our province experiencing a high number of motor accidents. Nothing was done about it until today. Community health workers form part of the part and parcel of the healthcare services and must be treated as all other health workers on a permanent basis, entitled to all benefits enshrined in labor laws. We had previously requested that 3,500 stipends be received every year to include a cost of living increase. However, now in the light of COVID-19 pandemic, we implore that department to fully appoint the 10,798 community health workers in order to stabilize service delivery. Thank you. You're making a noise. This move will also improve the lives of the health workers and the families, as they will be receiving better remuneration. This will also reduce upheaval that negatively impacts on communities in terms of services disruptions, and when these categories demand full employment status, especially now during COVID-19. We continue to call on the government to invest in a state-owned pharmaceutical company to produce medicine and distribute them to hospitals and clinics to reduce costs on buying Western medicines and drugs. The COVID-19 pandemic has given a first-hand account of why the NHI that government continues paying lip service to is imperative. Moreover, this is an urgent need for the implementation on the long outstanding integrated health information system that will improve patient administration, financial management, decision-making, and clinical patient management. The EFF noted that the total adjusted budget of the department for 2019-20 financial year is 41,578,819,000, and that by the end of the fourth quarter, the department should have spent 51,578,000,000 of its adjusted budget for 2019 financial. However, the department spent an amount of 50,670,000,000. 98% of that, that's 98%. The department is underspending and overspending across this program. That's negatively impacted on the response by the department to regards to the current COVID-19 pandemic, and some of the targets were affected due to the lack of coordination between the planned targets and the urgency to align to the current state, the global health emergency. The department had set 146 relevant to addressing performance on service delivery for the quarter under review. Of the set targets, 94 has been achieved by the department. This is a blatant display of the patterns of underspending and overspending that can be observed at the department's program during the quarter under review, with overspending observed. Administration 51.9%, central hospital services by 0.8%, healthcare support services by 9.2%. Furthermore, underspending is observed in district health service by 6.6%, emergency medical service 0.1%, provincial hospital services by 2.4%, health science and training by 16.5%, and health facility management by 1.7%. We are yet to receive a satisfactory analytic assessment of the state of budget allocation of 55,727,000,000 to the Gauteng Department of Health for constituting of 43 billion from equitable share and 12,671,000,000. That's 23% compared to the previous financial year budget allocated of 50 billion. It is therefore imperative that the 2021 financial year budget should reflect the commitments by the Premier in his State of the Province address. These commitments include accelerated transformation of the Gauteng health care system through investment of infrastructure, recruitment of skilled and talented professionals, deployment of ICT to enhance efficiencies, tackling fraud and corruption in terms of the infrastructure, the building of 6 hospitals, Davidson, Jubilee, Soshanguve, replacement of Kyalami and Tambo Memorial Hospital, and 5 clinics. The understanding of COVID-19 pandemic is not a scapegoat for inadequate services delivery on the department continues reporting irregular expenditure, partly caused by employment services provided by competitive bidders, as well as the persistent underperformance of paying service providers within 30 days. That is for this reason that the EFF therefore rejects this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Delange, 1 minute, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Gauteng heavily populated with too many people living in unhealthy and compromised conditions. This is a huge emotional and mental impact on the welfare of people under the prolonged lockdown and is deteriorating fast. Sharp rise in the domestic violence is proof that this department must make extraordinary provision for mental support of the communities. The Freedom Front Plus is concerned about the slow turnaround time of COVID-19 tests, results, and the levels of positive tests that turns out to be negative when people resort to private tests and private laboratories. We are also of the opinion that the awareness and education of information campaigns does not reach the communities, resulting in panic and irrational actions. The Health Department is encouraged to reallocate and readdress the 2020-2021 budget to facilitate an extended period of exceptional conditions of the COVID-19 effects. The past
Thank you, Honorable Delange.
Is my time over?
Yes, it's 1 minute and some few seconds, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right, let's go on to Honorable Mabunda, please. Honorable Mabunda. Is he in the meeting? Honorable Mabunda.
Yes, thanks, Deputy Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
The ANC has a clear and long-term health policy goal that all South Africans should have equal access to quality health care. And over the years, considerable progress has been made and continue to be made in that regard. Just a few months into the 6th administration, the Department of Health had to divert some of its attention and resources to focus on the fight against coronavirus pandemic, while also implementing the department's 5-year plan as adopted in 2019. As the ANC, we are pleased to note that the Department of Health in Gauteng has demonstrated its capacity to fight the virus, whilst also not neglecting other health programs and getting healthcare facilities such as primary health care, which is a central tenet of the NHI ready for the post-pandemic. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ANC-led government has recorded significant strides towards realizing the UN goal of reducing the infections of HIV by the year 2030. Gauteng ANC-led government through the Department of Health has reduced mother-to-child transmission of HIV from 9.3% in 2009 to 0.7% in 2019. In line with reducing the burden of TB, HIV, and AIDS, great strides have been recorded towards achieving 90% of the population knowing their HIV status. 90% of those receiving treatment, their health have considerably improved. In 2009, Gauteng life expectancy was at 57.2 years for women and 53.5 years for men. This has now increased to 67.7 years for women and 61.5 years for men in 2019. In line with the modernization of the public service, innovative solutions are also being implemented by the Health Department such as Impilo app. This app provides a platform for patients to provide feedback on their experiences after visiting health facilities in the province. The Department of Health has observed a significant increase of people accessing our primary health care facilities in the province, which necessitated that infrastructure facilities are made to be equal to the task through refurbishments, with some undergoing major and minor adjustments. In closing, let me also, Madam Speaker, take this opportunity and congratulate the Department of Health for taking a bold decision to appoint just over 8,000 community health care workers on full-time basis with employee benefits. As we are fighting against this pandemic, let us remember the words of Utata Madiba when he said, I quote, "I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. The brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers the fear." I therefore, Madam Speaker, support this budget of the department. I thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And those who wish to abstain, indicate through raise your hand function.
I saw Zagalogo. It's not Honorable Masugu, that one.
Thank you very much.
No, Honorable Masugu.
31 have voted in favor.
Honorable
19 have
Masugu.
voted-
That Mason Nungar is on the podium here. Where are we? Where am I?
No, I think it's Honorable MPC in the NCOP, so it's opened to, so let them phone him so that he can switch it off.
Oh, okay. In the meantime, please be ready, Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the contributions made by many in the House. It's important that Honorable Member Bloom, that once in a while we must just decide not to be a typical Jeremiah prophet of doom, because it's important that when you prophesize, usually you must prophesize hope, you must prophesize what the will of the people of South Africa will do to overcome the challenges and the burden that we are facing as a healthcare system. It becomes disappointing and also disturbing if you are going to prophesize and using the universe and the energies of the universe to prophesize energy that is negative. So it's important just to say just once in a while, particularly as the country and as the world we are facing such a mammoth battle against this invisible enemy, you just have to prophesize goodwill and also prophesize good energy. It's important that we do that because health is all about good energy and positive vibes. So I would like to say that all what you said are things that are work in progress, which we are not afraid to say that we have noted tremendous improvement and progress in that regard. This also includes the issue of waiting times. Of course, yes, we will accept that our 2019-2020 financial year didn't end quite well because the last quarter of that financial year, it's a quarter that we were faced with a number of issues as we started our fight against the pandemic. Hence, our whole quarter, quarter four, we didn't do much work as we have envisaged to do. But all what you spoke about in terms of accruals, that yes, indeed, they are coming down and we should accept that there is progress in that light. And we are going to continue to make sure that we reduce the levels of the accruals. We also need to indicate to the House that it's important that the accounting measures, particularly as it relates to the procurement or the spending on COVID, would be done. And of course, we have proactively, as the department and as the provincial government, had entered in a proactive space where we continuously audit our processes to make sure that nothing untoward happens during the procurement for PPEs or any process of procurement for that matter. It's important to note the progress we've made in just the distribution of chronic medication. It's important that we should note that, and that's why it's important that we appreciate when there is progress being made, Member Bloom. And of course, I just want to say that all what you also said, you also know that we are in the process of procuring for the building of a hospital in Soshanguve, for the building and replacement of the hospital in Kyalami, and also that the part of what our COVID response have done, we have reported before to the Follow Committee that in 4 facilities, we are going to be increasing our capacity to make sure that even beyond the pandemic, we are able to have a sustainable infrastructure that will serve the healthcare system in the province. So COVID-19 in this regard, we have thought that it is an important way of how we are going to build our capacity for NHI going forward. Sometimes, Honorable Bandenhorst, it's important that we appreciate that listening is a skill, and it's important that we harness that skill, and we also practice that when we listen, we also comprehend what is said. Because of course, we appreciate the facts that you spend about underspending, but of course, there is something that is called an acceptable variation in terms of underspending. And all the spending that has happened, there's no way that a budget will be spent on 100% in that regard. And we are also saying to you that it is the variation that we have, which is less than 2%, which is acceptable in accounting standards, and it means that we have done well. But the department has undertaken that we are going to, moving forward from this financial year, going to pressure and compact all our programs to be done within the first 3 quarters of the year, so that the 4th quarter we spend it planning and even starting our own priorities for the next coming financial year. So what I'm saying in this regard is that our financial year basically will be compacted on 3 quarters and not 4, so that we can be able to achieve and also spend what is supposed to be spent. Honorable Mabunda, it's important to acknowledge and also appreciate the good work that we have done. But also as the department, we like to appreciate the support that we are receiving from the Portfolio Committee, and also appreciate the advice that we get, and also to be made to be accountable to many aspects that we have promised to do. We are clear that as the department, our journey, our determination to change the healthcare system in Gauteng is still on, even during the COVID era. And we are hopeful that in the coming financial year, we will be accelerating that process, even with COVID being with us in the midst. So, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, thank you so much for the House, and we'd like to take the opportunity to thank you and thank the House, and also appreciate all the people of Gauteng in listening to our budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, MEC. The Secretary, can you read the 7th order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The 7th order of the day is consideration of the Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Education, Vote 5, of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Chilwani, deliver the committee report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me begin to say all the areas of the report that I will not read be considered as read. I, as the Chair of the Portfolio Committee of Education, tables the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Education Budget Vote 5 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill for the 2020-2021 financial year. The committee has noted the 2020-2021 financial year, the department received both the national and provincial revenue funds in the form of equitable share and conditional grants. The department received an allocation of 51 billion rand in equitable share and a further 2.5 billion in conditional grant for the 2020-2021 financial year. The equitable share of the department accounts for 95%, while the conditional grant accounts for 5% of the total budget of 53.5 billion. The department allocation shows a growth of 7.6% from the main appropriation of 49.8 in the 2019-20 financial year. The committee noted that all departmental programs received a budget increase for the successful implementation of the mandate of the department. While the overall budget appears to be responding to most of the provincial education priorities, such as, amongst others, the delivery of quality education in a conducive learning environment, transforming public schools by addressing barriers to access, equity and redress, and increasing access to quality post-school educational opportunities, as it is difficult to assess how the delivery of schools. The budget has not aligned itself to eradicating the backlog of asbestos infrastructure, improving sanitation in most schools, and major rehabilitation
Deputy Speaker. Continue, Chair. The Deputy Speaker was on.
Okay. As I was saying that the budget has not aligned itself to eradicating the backlog of asbestos infrastructure, improving sanitation in most schools, and major rehabilitative work that a number of schools need. Included in the plans of the department is a move towards improving the number of grade 12 learners who can obtain entrance to university, universal access to grade R, improving performance in township and farm schools, upgrade information and communications technology, infrastructure in schools. The department's annual targets for all programs are clear, but the quarterly target of some of the programs are still a challenge. This is because the department only provides quarterly targets for program 1, 2, 4, and 7, while the rest of the programs do not have quarterly targets. Although program 2 and program 4 and program 7 have quarterly, however, there are no targets on the training of educators and ECD practitioners. As part of the drive towards universalization of grade R, the department reported that it will identify 750 grade R practitioners for training to improve the quality of teaching and learning. This is commendable, particularly against the background of studies conducted that have repeatedly stated concerns regarding the readiness and coping mechanism of grade R learners in the mainstream education system. The distribution of budget across key areas such as public special education is noted by the committee to ensure that the department improves access to the vulnerable category of our learners. The total departmental budget will grow by 16.8% from 53.6 in 2020-21 to 62.6 in 2020-22-23 financial. This represents a rand value of 8.9, which according to the department is in response to the projected growth in the number of learners in the province who will require additional learning and teaching resources. With respect to independent schools, the committee welcomes the department's intervention in the Independent School Directorate officials who will monitor the pre-registration and post-registration requirements of all newly registered schools. That the management instrument has also been designed for the monitor of general management of independent schools, and oversight monitoring is done for headcounts. The committee knows that the commitment by the department regarding the districts that will be focusing more on curriculum and assessment management and management of finance, as well as monitoring of examination. With respect to infrastructure development, the committee has been raising this issue and it's long overdue. The committee is of the view that the infrastructure development program should move from the DID to the GDE to ensure that the department is capacitated internally. With respect to school sport budget reprioritization, the committee has noted the department has already lost 2 months of spending and should provide committee with a revised APP and revised budget that speaks to the COVID-19 matters. The committee has also noted that Saibono has been targeted for the incubation of the implementation of SIP program for grade 12 learners returning after the reopening of schools. The committee has also noted that with concern that schools were damaged during the lockdown COVID-19, and it appreciates the department's plan towards improving schools that were damaged during the lockdown. The 2020 financial year budget of the department is in response to tight economic conditions, and it appears to respond to key priorities areas of the department across programs and for some of the sub-programs. The committee believes that the budget of 53.5 billion will assist the department to achieve the planned targets, particularly in the priority programs, such as public ordinary schools education and ECD, as well as PSSE. Although the 2021 financial year budget shows growth, there are glaring challenges with allocation towards infrastructure projects. This is despite the department facing a decline of the year 2020 to eradicate unsuitable asbestos structures. There appears to be no clear indication how the department is moving towards the target. In addition, by its own admission, the department is facing a challenge of inward migration. However, that is not adequately addressed in capital works expenditure and is considered a risk. Committee concern recommendation implication on lawmaking. The committee findings and concerns. The committee is concerned about the expenditure on infrastructure development program, taking into account the consideration of the backlog of work regarding schools infrastructure in the province. With respect to independent schools, the committee is concerned that there are a number of illegal schools mushrooming in the province. With respect to school sport, the committee is concerned that there is under expenditure and the department should consider reprioritizing the budget. The committee noted that the department's budget was tabled before the COVID-19 pandemic, and some programs may be affected in providing quality education in the province. The proposed recommendation, the committee recommends that the budget allocation should move from DID to GDE, and proper capacitation should be ensured within the GDE. A report should be submitted by the 31st of August. With respect to independent schools, the committee recommends that the department urgently closes illegal independent schools and assist those that are meeting the requirement. A report should be submitted, a progress report, that should be submitted by the 31st of August. With respect to school sports, the committee recommends that the department should consider reprioritizing the budget into other programs that will assist with the COVID-19 matter. A progress report should be submitted by the 31st of August. The committee recommends that the department should provide a progress report on the revised budget that responds to the COVID-19 issues, including information, details, mechanism, or measures to provide quality education in the province, as well as affected programs. A report should be submitted as well by the 31st of August. Acknowledgement, the Committee on Education wishes to thank the MEC of Education, Honorable P.A. Lusufi, and senior officials for the presentation of the budget, substantial and sustained effort they've made to inform the Portfolio Committee of the details of the budget vote report. And further, would like to thank the Portfolio Committee members, Honorable Hassan, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Mpisi, Honorable Mulifo, Honorable Molapo, Honorable Mukwebo, Honorable Duval, Albers, and Honorable Adams for their dedication and support during this process. And further, I want to thank the support team as outlined in accordance to Rule 117 to C read together with Rule 164. I, as the Chair of the Education Committee, Portfolio Committee, hereby recommend that this report be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee concerned and proposed recommendation made in this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report? Do you have any seconder to the report?
I second the report.
Okay, now let me put a question. Chilwani can mute. Let me put a question. Those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Those who are not in favor say no.
Yes.
The yes have it, and now the report is adopted. Secretary, can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The next order is debate on the detail of the Department of Education Budget Vote 5 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
I'll now call Honorable Emi Sufi to present the budget speech.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier, Deputy Speaker, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable Chief Whip and leaders of opposition parties, Honorable Member Chilwani, Chairperson of the committee, members of the committee, Honorable members of the legislature, leadership of teacher unions, leadership of student movements, the leadership of governing bodies, invited guests from the education community that are following this debate, officials of the department led by the HOD, honored guests, comrades, and friends. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate the opportunity granted to us to present the Budget Vote 5 of the Department of Education. We are quite thrilled as a department that we've managed to galvanize all our stakeholders to support the proposed budget recommendations and priorities that we've captured in this debate. But it's very important that as we enter this month, the Youth Month, we should also pause to remember those fallen heroes at Mazimbu in Morogoro in Tanzania, who have sacrificed their lives for us to have better education. As we enter their gravesite, there is a huge tombstone that says, "Ours was not for personal glory nor distinction, but for a noble cause of our time, the liberation of the people of South Africa and the entire humanity," end quote. As we deliver this budget vote speech, we do so mindful of the sacrifices ordinary South Africans made for us to pave the way for quality education, or what we used to say and continue to call for, a people's education for people's power. As we take stock, as we normally do during this period of June 16, we should also ask ourselves whether we're still on track to deliver that quality education or deliver on the aspirations contained in the Freedom Charter. I would like to quote the sections within the Freedom Charter that speaks about the doors of learning and culture that should be open for all. The Freedom Charter says, and I state, that the government shall discover, develop, and encourage national talent for the enhancement of cultural life. The aim of education shall be to teach the youth to love their people and love their culture, to honor brotherhood, liberty, and peace. Education shall be free, compulsory, universal, and equal for all our children. Higher education and technical training shall be open to all by means of state allowances, scholarships awarded on the basis of merits. The color bar in cultural life, in sport, and in education shall be abolished, end quote. The last part captures the need to ensure that in whatever that we do, our education system should remain non-racial in character, but most importantly, it should uplift those that were denied quality education. Honorable Speaker, as we enter this period of the sixth administration, we are proud as a department that the Gauteng provincial government, through Growing Gauteng Together 2030, has once more prioritized education and provided all the relevant resources that were needed to ensure that the education of our children is protected during these economic difficult times. The budget for 2021 provides the resourcing for us to progressively implement the 5-year strategic plan and our annual performance plan for 2021, 2020, 2021, and the budget response to all the demands that we feel will assist us to position our learners to be at the center of growth, center of development, but most importantly, to empower children that are coming from the disadvantaged community. Despite the tough economic condition facing our country, the provincial government budget have seen an above inflation growth. The department's total budget for 2020-2021 financial year amounts to 53.5 billion. This represents an increase of 3.7 billion or 7.6% from the previous budget. The budget grew by 43.9% from 2015-2016 to 2020-2021, an increase of 17.2 billion over a period of 6 years. This is an affirmation that our government prioritizes education, support education, and wants education to prosper. And this also shows the commitment of the ANC-led government to the education of our children. The compensation of employees remains the largest cost center of our education budget, amounting to 75.7% or almost 40.5 billion of the total budget. This equals an increase of 8.6% or 3.2 billion from the 2019-2020 financial year. This increase is mainly attributed to the filling of all key posts and providing for inflation-related salary increases. In addition, 5.2 billion or 9.8% is allocated to transfers and subsidies, mainly for subsidies to schools, and 1.3 billion or 2.4%, which is allocated for capital assets in 2020-2021. Public ordinary schools remains the largest benefactor of our budget. The lion's share of our budget, that is 39.9 billion or 74.5%, will be transfers that will be made to ordinary schools in Gauteng. This is a major change in the resourcing of our schools. In simpler terms, it means averagely, there will be no school that can claim that they cannot be in a position to upgrade their infrastructure or maintain the infrastructure or have the resources to buy textbooks or stationery or lack resources to ensure that each and every school looks better and in a better shape. We really appreciate this investment in public education because it will ensure, especially township schools or rural schools, to be in a better shape and also to disregard their previous image of having schools that are having falling ceilings, broken doors, broken windows, or schools that cannot have proper gardening. This investment will see the return of better schools in areas that were neglected in previous years. We are indeed thrilled by this investment, and we really believe this investment will change the look and feel of all our schools in our province. Our key goals remains the upgrading of the early childhood development sector and ensuring that the early childhood development sector that was within the Department of Social Development migrate immediately to the Department of Education. This will allow us to ensure that grade R and grade RR are available in all our public ordinary schools. We've concluded the consultation process with this particular sector. We are now ready, awaiting the National Ministry to finalize all the relevant regulations so that this sector can properly migrate to the Department of Health. We really believe this is the foundation of true education, and this is the foundation that will see quality education happening within our schooling environment. We are also strengthening our modern skills-based curriculum, expanding and enhancing schools of specialization so that our children can specialize in some of their careers within the schooling environment. They don't have to choose these careers when they go to tertiary institutions, but they can choose these careers within the schooling environment. We are proud of the School of Aviation that we have introduced, the schools that will ensure that each and every child specializes in a certain career within our curriculum and use that particular curriculum to advance their knowledge and also develop a skills base that will nurture the economy of our country. So our three streams economy remains the model that we want to implement in Gauteng. This three model means academic model, technical and vocational model, and the technical occupational model, so that our children can be in a position to provide the relevant skills that are needed by our economy. Gone are the days where we are going to train our children to be unemployed. We want to train them to be part of this revolution, in particular, the fourth industrial revolution. The use of technology will enhance the teaching quality by giving learners access to digital content in the form of ebooks, interactive multimedia content, supported by audio and 2 and 3D animations. The connectivity in the classroom will promote and enhance the project-based learning and enable collaborative learning amongst learners and between learners and their teachers, thereby facilitating continuous feedback in the classroom. The use of ICT will support teachers in planning their lessons and assessment activities on laptops that are fully equipped to a variety of digital resources, including lessons plans and ebooks. We'll continue through this budget to provide support to no-fee paying schools, ensuring that there is no single learner in our province that can claim that I can't go to school because my parents are either unemployed or cannot afford to pay. We are now covering almost 87% of our schools that will never claim a child or a parent to pay any school fees. The number of no-fee paying schools is an endorsement of the anti-poverty strategy taken by the ANC-led government to ensure that indeed free education, as captured in the Freedom Charter, is available to all our children. As part of our poverty alleviation program, we'll continue to feed 1.4 million learners from quintile 1 to quintile 5 with the no-fee policy, and we'll also continue to ensure that our learners have access to school nutrition program. They also have access to scholar transport, and they can have access to textbooks and stationery material without being requested to pay or make any form of payment. Chair of Chairs, indeed we are operating under a difficult situation. The COVID-19 has an immediate impact on education, but we are proud that close to 20 of the 2,080 class schools that we have in our province, all of them have opened and they are now functioning, besides the 7 schools that are facing challenges of vandalism and other related matters of infrastructure. We are proud that our learners are learning well, that the environment is safe, but we are also worried with the number of increases in terms of reported COVID cases. To date, there are 176 schools that have reported cases of COVID. Of this, 32 learners have been tested positive, and 151 educators also tested positive, with 189 cases that still need to be investigated. Under this difficult situation, it's very important that at all times we practice safety first and ensure that each and every school that reports a case of COVID, that school is temporarily closed, and the Department of Health will come and assist us to clean the school to ensure that learners can come back safely. We are committed and we remain truly committed to ensure that our children are safe and will follow all the relevant protocols that will ensure that our staff members, including those that are working at districts, are safe at all times. That's the reason that we'll monitor this kind of situation almost daily. In conclusion, we are humbled by the overwhelming vote of confidence that the people of Gauteng have shown in these trying times. May I also say that in my personal capacity, I've been inundated with positive sentiments from a wide range of education stakeholders on how we've managed education in our province and how we're empowering young people to be part of the future. This is a confirmation that our education system in our province is moving towards a proper direction that will give our children an opportunity that will allow them to thrive as they grow. Our skills base, including our master skills plan, will provide all the relevant skills that will be needed by the new economy of our province, and our children will be provided with the relevant skills that they need. May I take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Premier David Makura for the guidance and support that is providing to us as a sector, but also thank members of the executive for the kindness that they always display in prioritizing and defending education, including the budget, the plans, and many programs that we are presenting in the executive. May I also thank all the oversight institutions, the Gauteng Legislature Committees, the Gauteng Audit Committee, the Auditor General, Chapter 9 institutions like the Human Rights and Gender Commission, and various media houses that continue to prioritize education matters and guide us during our budget processes. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chairs, we face a severe budget constraint, but we will continue to deliver to a high standard. We have and will continue to strive for an ever more accessible, inclusive, fair, and just education system in Gauteng. Let us heed the President's call. Keep safe, stay at home, wash your hands or sanitize, keep social distancing, and wear your mask at all times. I thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Ramulifu. Honorable Ramulifu, you're on the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The COVID-19 has created a new normal for all of us. It never crossed our minds to think about a life where only grade 7 and 12 learners attend school. While this challenge is reality, confronting all of us across the globe.
There's a horrible echo. There's a horrible echo, Honorable Ramulefu.
Oh,
there's an echo which is bad. We can't hear you properly.
Oh, my apology. Let me.
Unfortunately, still using Nokia.
Am I audible enough?
Ramulefu, you are protected. Continue.
Yeah, thank you. As I continue, it also exposes the inequality and poverty in South Africa. Before schools reopened, there were genuine questions about the adequacy of school infrastructure and the provision of basic services such as sanitation, water, and electricity. But before we even engage on the realities, there was an issue about privilege and underprivilege. During this lockdown period, children whose parents belong to the middle class and upper class levels receiving home and online learning. Teachers from former and well-resourced independent schools, they were all receiving or were all taught from home.
Ramulefu,
Former switch off.
Ramulefu, can you try?
Yeah. Is it audible now?
Yeah, at least you are better.
Yeah. As I was indicating, teachers from former Model C and well-resourced independent schools are still teaching. This has led to delays and a series of court cases intended to stop schools from reopening. As learners in this province, as leaders in this province, with all the resources available, we must ask ourselves why we have no functioning broadband network to connect people in this province. There is no connectivity to assist learners and teachers while they are in their homes. So much has been said about the fourth industrial revolution. All Gauteng schools must have access to multimedia infrastructure, including learning devices like tablets, laptops, cell phones for all the grades, starting with grades 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Bridging the technological divide must be seen in action. All Gauteng schools must have access to networks and connectivity. This is an opportunity to review the budget and adjust it to meet educational needs in this province. The first task is to focus on school infrastructure. The department must manage their own projects. I visited Joburg East District Office in Parkmore, for which the department is paying millions in rental, offices that fail to meet occupational health and safety standards. The question is why Department of Infrastructure has continue to pay for such a facility when employees are subjected to unhealthy working environment? Even when the lease agreement has expired, why wait for it to lapse and do month-to-month renewal? The DA is urging the Gauteng Premier and David Makura and Education MEC Panyazali Sufi to agree on prioritizing this infrastructure program and allow it to be fully located under the Education Department. We've experienced so many problems, Maibuye Primary School, Noktula Elsen School, just to mention few. All these projects have issues and DID is at the center. In just one financial year, this infrastructure program lost more than 300 million due to under expenditure. With so many people losing their jobs, this program has huge potential to boost the economy and create more job opportunities, only if it's reprioritized. COVID-19 dictates that the desired learner-educator ratio is 1:20, not 1:40. So it means we need more classrooms. Not only more classrooms, but also more trained teachers. It also emphasizes the need to pay much attention to teachers' development. It must be compulsory that all teachers in Gauteng have basic computer literacy. It is unfortunate that we are debating an outdated budget. We should have been debating the revised budget. There were 2 full months when teachers and learners were not at school. This demands us to move with time. We are now talking about PPEs, but this cannot be found anywhere on this budget book. There's a need for this department to revise the budget and make the necessary adjustment to talk about the current reality instead of the past. I'm not sure whether the department has capacity to reimagine the future demands in the sector. We must not compare Gauteng with the rural provinces, but look at the global space. There should be no excuses for irregular expenditure and under expenditures by this department. We must not forget that we still have asbestos schools that need to be demolished and replaced with brick and mortar schools. There are more schools without basic services such as water, electricity, and sanitation. MEC Lesufi, we need accountability and consequence management to ensure that there are no unreasonable failures in implementing approved and budgeted programs. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Kolibu.
Thank you. Honorable Chitangan.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. And the EFF notes that the Gauteng Department of Education for the 4th quarter of the 2019-20 financial year received a total allocation of 49.8 billion, which was later readjusted to 49.6 billion during the financial year. In allocation, the department has spent 48 billion by the end of quarter. Although this expenditure of 90%, 97% of allocated budget may be satisfactory to the department and in line with Treasury regulations, which indicate that the department must spend 25% of their budget in each quarter. It is very problematic, especially considering that at what level and of the total of 44 performance measures tracked, 10 were not achieved, which represent 22.7%. The spending pattern in the 3rd quarter suggests that the department is still not paying close attention towards infrastructure development and examination and education-related service spending. This is evident in that as of Thursday, 11 June 2020, 54 schools have had to close in districts across the province, 13 of which cannot open due to infrastructure issues, specifically the supply of water, the availability of ablution facilities, as well as those affected by positive COVID-19 cases. The EFF further notes that for the 2020-21 financial year, the department will receive funds from both the national and provincial revenue funds in a form of equitable shares and conditional grants, resulting in the Gauteng Department of Education receiving an allocation of 51 billion in equitable share and further 2.5 billion in conditional grants for the 2021 financial year. Understanding that equitable share of the department accounts for 95%, while the conditional grant accounts for 5% of the total budget of 53 0.59 billion. The department allocation shows a growth of 7.6% from the main appropriation of 49.8 in the 2019-20 financial year, as the EFF would thus acknowledge that all department programs received a budget increase for the implementation of the mandate of the department. Furthermore, we know that the total departmental budget will grow by 16.8% from 53.6 billion in 2021 to about 62.6 billion in 2022-23 financial years. This represents a rent value of 8.9 billion, which according to the department is in response to the projected growth in the number of learners in the province who require additional learning and teaching resources. Honorable Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, according to the survey conducted by the South African Teachers Union, it has been revealed that Westcoast Road Airport is operating without 18 classrooms due to the deteriorated conditions of the buildings. Teaching and learning were disrupted at Annandale Secondary Schools because of fears that a school's building might collapse anytime as a result of unsustainable walkway that connects the two buildings. These are just some amongst thousands of problems of incompetence without the Department of Education. When looking at even the independent school subsidies, spending should have been 800% by the 31st December 2019. However, as a result of some schools not getting their subsidy due to non-compliance based on the audit outcome, spending levels were still below the required position, with an inability to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to 1.1 billion, as seen in Note 24 of the annual financial statement of 2019. Money that should have been added to the 954 million allocated over this medium term to capacity schools of specialization in order to produce skills required by the economy. More especially in light of the fact that Matthew Goniwe and Ka has been training targeted staff and youth respectively on COVID-19 response in preparation for the opening of the schools and the departmental offices. But today, over 50 schools are not ready to open, and some those targeted staff themselves are infected with the COVID-19. This is an indicative of the disregard the department has for the education of a black child in this country. As EFF, we understand that the 2020-21 financial year budget of department is in response to tight economic conditions, and thus it appears to respond to key priority areas of the department across the program and some of the sub-programs with a budget of 53.5 billion to assist the department to achieve the planned targets, particularly in the priority programs such as POST and ECD as well as PSSE. However, even with the 2021 financial budget showing growth, there are glaring challenges with allocation towards infrastructure projects. This is despite
thank you, Honorable Chitangan.
Therefore,
thank you. Yeah, and then let me get Honorable Albert.
Thank you, Chair. The advent of COVID-19 has changed our world drastically, including imposing near impossible challenges for the school community. The eventual opening of schools became a contentious issue among the school community, as some parents wanted an expedited reopening and others remained wary due to the dangers of COVID-19. Eventually, most schools opened without too many challenges thanks to the department and the school communities. However, we still need a proper COVID-19 budget that is not available as yet. Systemic challenges also remain. The most salient is the consistent backlog in school infrastructure. This problem is a recurring one and is central to the problem of access. We are of the belief that if the infrastructure backlog can be adequately addressed, then access problems will dissipate. In this respect, the Freedom Front Plus agrees with the committee that it will be prudent to investigate to transfer the school infrastructure function to the Department of Education. I have experienced the Education Committee as effective in holding the department to account in this regard, and it therefore should exercise oversight of school infrastructure in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mlapo.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, we are debating the Gauteng Department of Education budget for the 2021 financial year that does not talk about the current realities facing this department. This department is facing the huge challenge of ensuring that learners attend school during this COVID-19 pandemic. Yet this budget does not include any measures that have been put in place to ensure the safety of both learners and educators. One will argue, Madam Speaker, that this budget was not compiled for the current financial year. It seems like the department has just gathered inputs on future priorities, thereby neglecting the current situation. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the terrible state of our school infrastructure and sanitation. The ANC-led government has failed our education system as it has failed to provide basic infrastructure such as proper classrooms and running tap water at our schools. Madam Speaker, the Gauteng MEC of Education, Mr. Panyaza Lesufi, told the nation that all Gauteng schools were ready to open on 1 June. But even on 8 June when the schools reopened, not all our schools were ready. Some of our schools have not yet received personal protective equipment, PPEs, while those that have received PPEs have an insufficient number for all the learners and educators. The ablution facilities are poor, and in some schools, they are inadequate to cater for the number of learners. This means that the safety of both our learners and educators is being jeopardized due to the risk of contracting this deadly coronavirus. This department is incompetent and consistently fails to spend on its infrastructure budget. This budget, Madam Speaker, that is being tabled will not be spent, yet our school infrastructure is in a state of disrepair. Last year, I tabled questions to the department about the collapsed roof at one of the schools in Hammanskraal, Sikhululekile Secondary School. This classroom block roof collapsed years ago, and the school has been waiting for the department to fix it. I received a shocking response from the department indicating that they are aware of the situation and are working on it. Surprisingly, to date, the school roof has not yet been fixed. Madam Speaker, the Early Childhood Development Program is a priority. However, there are no plans on how it will be moved from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Education, and it is still being under budgeted. I urge the department to use this opportunity to revise this budget and allocate more money to the ECD. The department should also ensure that there is a capacity to monitor compliance and proper learning in all our ECDs. This is a critical phase for the development of children and preparing them for primary level education. Due to the poor support structures for ECDs, there is a lot of uncertainty about opening the sector during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have an obligation, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the foundation phase improve the quality of learning and teaching. In closing, I quote, "The first problem for all of us, men and women, is not to learn, but to unlearn." This is said by Gloria Steinem. I hope the department realizes that it needs to unlearn how it does things so that it can learn how to do things more efficiently and effectively. The DA rejects this budget, Madam Speaker, and do not support it. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Chilwani.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me start by greeting yourself, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Premier, the members of the Executive Council, the members of the legislature, the people of Gauteng. I would want to start with a quote from a Cuban philosopher, José Martí, when he said, the first, open quote, the first duty of a man is to think for himself, close quote. What he meant here, honorable members, is what we should learn from the youth of 1976, when they rose against a brutal regime, an unjust system. They thought of themselves that they cannot continue to live under such conditions if they don't rise up. So they rose up. And indeed, it's true today to the Black Lives Matter movement, where young people across the globe have thought of themselves and said, as one priest or Reverend Shapston said, that they are removing the knee off their neck. And indeed, that is something that must be supported, applauded, not only in solidarity, but in action, that we do recognize the true character of any revolution, that a revolution is always, in most cases, led by young people, true to their nature of being impatient with anything that is unjust. Amen. Honorable members, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, I'm going to a formal speech that has been written for me. That can I proceed?
Honorable Kekana, can you mute Honorable Kekana?
Okay, thank you. The President of the country, President Cyril Ramaphosa, delivered his third SONA, in which he acknowledged that our country is a youthful population, and true to the progress done by the ANC, that population now more than ever has more access to education than before. And this was acknowledged because we have 2.4 million children in early childhood and preschools, and we have 81% of learners who have passed matric last year, with an increasing proportion coming from rural and township schools. And our contribution as a province has always been consistent and stood at 87%. For those who sat for the National Senior Certificate exams. These results have been consistent to what an ANC-led government sought to achieve when it assumed power. Hence, when statistics point to an incremental improvement of educational level in so many young people, it's not an accident, but a grand plan of creating a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous society that has been outlined in our strategy and tactics document. Pixley Sakasebe, the fifth president of the ANC, who said, open quote, yes, the regeneration of Africa belongs to this new and powerful period. By this term, regeneration, I wish to be understood to mean the entrance into a new life, embracing the diverse phases of a higher, complex existence. This pretty much captures our view of initiating our learners, particularly the African child, into the ever-complicated, complex, globalized world as the ANC government. On the 15th of March, the president of the country, President Cyril, announced a national state of emergency due to the coronavirus, the COVID-19. Never has the world in over 100 years witnessed such a pandemic, with over 8.4 million infected and over 400,000 losing their lives. Life ceased to be the way we knew it. All sectors of society was put on lockdown. The pandemic, the COVID-19, has had an impact on just about every aspect of life around the world, with education being one of the hardest hit sectors. The pandemic has today caused a disruption of learning to over 1.6 billion students in over 160 countries globally. The COVID-19 has resulted in educational institutions across the world being compelled to suddenly harness and utilize the suite of available technological tools to create content for remote learning and for students in all sectors. These are new modes of instruction that have previously been largely
and particularly from kindergarten to grade 12. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the pandemic therefore has necessitated changes in education, and this is best articulated and summed up by the Minister of Basic Education, Menji Mutsecha, when she says, open quote, the virus has forced us to re-engineer the basic education system, close quote. Now, the question our members must be asking is, what are these changes and what needs to be done as we move to a society post-COVID-19? Firstly, Deputy Chair of Chairs, is that the department, the ANC-led government, is going to have programs that will target the most vulnerable children with equipment and connectivity, meaning all children will have equipment, tablets, all schools going to. It will ensure that it improves connectivity for all schools. It will ensure that the budgeting must be reprioritized. There must be more money that is directed at financing digital curriculum and material, and therefore improve telecommunication capabilities for all schools to be able to deliver online. If in this period we don't take advantage of this crisis for our education system to look into the future, honorable members, and really begin to plan for possible threats and build capacity, then we would have failed the current generation, which is called Generation Z, and the future of the country. But the ANC government is not going to do that, I can assure you, Honorable Mulapo. Beyond rolling out ICT and e-learning platforms to support teaching and learning, we believe this budget will assist us with pushing ahead with preparations for the introduction of coding and robotics in grades R to 3 in schools, with a plan to implement it fully by 2022. And yes, we want every 10-year-old to read for meaning first as part of our early reading programs, which are gathering momentum. This comes in the background of the training of more than 500 pre-grade Rs, which we are applauding as the committee, and we're encouraging the department to make more efforts in getting more schools to offer pre-grade R in the province, and therefore allocate more resources to this program. The department, led by the hard-working MEC Panyazali Sufi, the rockstar of MECs, is making other immediate interventions to improve the quality and the relevance of our educational outcomes. In progression towards the introduction of the three-stream curriculum model, we will herald a fundamental shift in focus towards more vocational and technical education, we believe, as part of the development of appropriate skills and capabilities. This will definitely contribute significantly to inclusive economic growth, and ideal we are unapologetically pursuing for the masses of our people. An overarching mission of the Department of Basic Education in Gauteng is a commitment to providing functional and modern schools that enable quality teaching and learning, in addition to protect and promote the right of every learner to quality, equitable, and relevant education. The sixth administration is being guided and will be guided by the 5 strategies that affirm the Gauteng Department of Education's roadmap to 2024. These goals are strategically centered around the sustained delivery of quality education and developing the creativity of Gauteng's young and working people by building their skills and capacities. Skills development amongst our youth is critical to eradication of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Quality education and skill development will be core to all aspects of the department's plan. Deputy Chair of Chairs, we note with great concern the incidents of vandalism and destruction of schools' property during the COVID and even beyond and pre. Syndicates, criminal syndicates are really trying to destabilize education in our province. And we want to applaud the law enforcement agency for the work they're doing, and applaud community members who have been working with these law enforcement agencies to ensure that these rogue elements are apprehended. What worries us the most, honorable members, is that a person can break into a school but not break into a church. And those institutions are very critical in our lives. If you look at it with the eyes properly, you'll realize they both feed our souls. Education feeds our mind. The church, Honorable Adams will agree with me, it feeds the spirit.
So these are critical institutions. So you can't really, you can't just break into a school. That is criminality. It's satanic at its most. The department will provide updates on the progress made so far, and yes, it has done so with regard to assisting those schools. And that will obviously mean that the budget will then be diverted to these challenges. We have also raised concern, honorable members, about the expenditure on infrastructure development program, taking into consideration the backlog regarding the school infrastructure in the province. The infrastructure allocation has been dropping drastically since 2016, where in 2016, 2.88 billion was allocated. Today, it's 1.53, a drop of 1.2 billion, of more than 1.2 billion. This is really saddening, honorable members. Therefore, I would want to urge the Premier, Honorable Premier, my leader, that the budget allocation of infrastructure should be moved from DID urgently to GDE and give proper capacitation to GDE so that it is able to implement and utilize this infrastructure. Hundreds of millions are returned every year, and that can't be. To further motivate this, I would want to quote one Eliyahu Goldratt when he says, open quote, if we are not prepared to change, then the powerful solutions of yesterday might become the disaster of today, close quote. That means if the model, the current model, if it has worked then, it's not working now. And that is the truth. We find ourselves as a committee moving in between departments to try to get an answer. And the reality is that this delay is not for our delay, it's a delay of delivery, it's a delay of what is the right and a denial of a right of the youth or the children of our province to proper infrastructure. So we are saying that this budget must then be moved to education. And we're urging the Premier to really take this matter urgently and seriously, and this issue must not fall on deaf ears. We don't want excuses when we come back and be told that there's a new model. You can't expect changes when you do things the same. Changes can only occur if you do things differently, and the different thing is firstly identifying the problem.
Honorable Chilwani,
yes?
Honorable Chilwani, thank you very much. You are over your time.
No, my time is.
Yeah, your time it's gone. It was just 10 minutes. Okay, and thank you very much. I now call upon the Honorable MEC Lesufi to reply to the debate.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me note the inputs given by members on this budget. We truly appreciate their contributions. It assists us to understand the sector and to also to move with speed to resolve some of the areas that members have indicated that they are areas of concern. Member Ramlifu, indeed, I'm impressed that now you support our ICT program because when we introduced the paperless platform, we were accused of being wasting money, of not dealing with the basics, of focusing on issues that were not important. I think COVID has vindicated us that our investment in a paperless or e-learning platform was indeed the right decision that we have taken. And therefore, it surprises us if people will then use the same strategy that we introduced to them and they rejected it, to come and say that we are not investing enough on that particular strategy. We really believe that our investment was the correct investment. The resources that we've used of ensuring that it's one learner, one tablet, one teacher, one laptop, one classroom, one smart board. It was a correct vision, and that COVID have vindicated us that we need to spend more resources because gone are the days of class contact or the form of classroom that we have now. That form will be history in not a distant future. So we really appreciate your change of heart and attitude that the investment in the e-learning or paperless platform was indeed a proper investment. We are indeed aware of the lack of broadband, but we really believe that the Department of eGov have invested a lot of resources. Actually, majority of our schools are connected. The only remaining thing is the last mile from the street into the school premises, and there is a huge investment that government is putting in that regard. So we are quite convinced that we'll be in a position to make resources available for that aspect. I concur with you. There is an urgent need for teacher development and teacher support. We can't continue to teach the way we were teaching before COVID. The new era that we find ourselves in means that we need to train our educators to use complex matters. I'm glad that our department is already starting to introduce Microsoft Teams in our classrooms so that learners can connect even if they're not inside the classroom. It's one of the areas that we need to train our educators and provide all the relevant resources that we need in that aspect. Member Chitango, thank you so much for the budget lecture. We appreciate that lecture. It's just unfortunate that he didn't assist us. But the reality is we can't allow independent schools to think that you are a cash loan department, that every time as independent schools, when they don't have money, government must bail them out. I don't think that we should take that approach. It's a very wrong approach. Independent schools should be supported for producing results. Remember, we subsidize independent schools in areas where there are not public schools. But if there are public schools in that area, the independent school must perform far ahead of a public school. We can't have a public school with 200 learners getting 1,077 rand per child, but you expect us to give 3,000 to an independent school that has 40 learners. It does not work that way. So independent schools must utilize their resources appropriately, correctly. They must account for those resources. And if they don't account for those resources, we will be the first one to terminate them, because we can't give resources to people who can account for those resources. Member Albert, I know why you are interested in saying we must build more schools. And I always argued that we have more classrooms in this country. We don't even need an extra classroom. The problem we have in this country or in this province is that fewer schools are performing. Therefore, people are preferring those schools that are performing. And the mere fact that there are fewer, they become overcrowded. But we've got enough classrooms to accommodate everyone. If every school was performing correctly and appropriately and giving us good results, there will be no need for us to build an extra school. The only problem is that people choose good schools that are performing, and those schools are in minority compared to the schools that are not performing. So to fix our education system is to fix the schools that are not performing and ensure that they perform. But I know why Member Albert will push for building of more schools. We are building more schools so that we must not come to our schools of your children. We must remain where we are and have our own schools there. That's why you're calling for the building of new schools, so that we must not come to you. We must remain where we are and not share the facilities. Actually, COVID has exposed us. You can't have a school, for example, next to University of Tekis, and have a school in Mamelodi that is overcrowded, whereas the school next to Tekis there, parents have resorted to homeschooling and the school is standing empty. Learners from Mamelodi must come to that school and learn in that school, because if other parents prefer homeschooling, they can't leave a school standing empty and underutilized. So indeed, we need to build more schools, but I'm still convinced that the number of classrooms that we have can accommodate all the learners we have and have more classrooms. The only limitation is the number of schools that are performing very well. That makes things to be difficult and to have the challenges that we are highlighting that as something that needs to happen. You know, Member Mlapo, I sometimes don't understand when people say you are presenting a budget that is outdated, as if now when there is COVID, learners are not in class. We've readjusted our budget to accommodate those matters. There are laws that allow us to do that. The PPEs are there. You can raise whatever concerns that you have with those PPEs. The reality that the PPEs are there, and there's no learner that does not have a PPE in our province. If a school enroll additional learners without notifying us, the system won't know that. That is why we have to ensure that our systems are reliable. On the basis of the information that we have managed to ensure that every learner has PPEs and there's no learner. The challenge we have when we said we'll open all our schools, there is a political party, I don't want to mention its name, that opposed the opening of schools. What they've done, they've gone to our schools and vandalized our schools. And now that their members have been arrested, they are singing, like Brenda Fassie's Weekend Special. They're singing with the police to say who sent them to vandalize our schools. I mean, how do you vandalize water taps, water basin, and toilet seats? What will you benefit in destroying a toilet seat? These are people that said schools must not open. Because they wanted schools not to open, they embarked on a campaign to vandalize toilet seats, water basins, and taps. And that's the reason why we've got problems of ablution system. But we don't have, and we are proud as this province, we don't have toilet pits in our province. We don't have the bucket system in our province. So our ablution system are down on the basis of vandalization, not lack of political will to fix them. And that's the difference. Where the ablution system is not functional is because it has been vandalized. What is the purpose of people throwing a brick in a toilet seat? I mean, a brick does not flush. You throw that brick for a purpose to ensure that that ablution system is not functional. So that's the reason why we have the issues that you've just raised. But our budget is.
Madam Speaker, my hands up.
There is a budget cycle that we are following. The MEC responsible for finance will table a new budget, and within that adjusted budget, all the concerns that you are raising that this budget is outdated will be proved to be wrong. Thanks, Member Chiluan, for the input that you have given us. Indeed,
Speaker, my hand is up for the point of order.
And those Black Lives Matters, we must support children of Pretoria High School
Honorable Sufi, yes. Let me respond to Honorable Dilange. The MEC is responding to the debate. Already is debated where we should have utilized 77.5. For now, it doesn't apply. He's just replying to the debate. Thank you. Continue, MEC.
Excuse me, Chair, Speaker, Deputy Speaker. It was not on.
Okay, which rule?
It's a point of order. It's on Rule 89. I request the MEC to withdraw. He's putting words in Member Albert's mouth to say that he knows why he wants more schools. He does not know. That's why the debate is there, and I would like him to withdraw that statement, please. We cannot see what's in other people's minds. We need to act on what they say, not to say, I know why you want something. You don't know why. Please withdraw.
The order is out of order, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
I want to raise an order on 89. Using
the order is out of order. How can she say the
you are manipulating. You're manipulating the sitting.
Your order is out of order.
Please, may I be protected?
Your order is out of order.
You can't just say that. You know what? If it
your
goes for
order
one member, it goes
just
for
mute
all
your mic
members.
and let the MEC continue.
You mute us because you want us to keep quiet as you want to take over everything else.
You're out of
Sufi must
order
withdraw
yourself.
what the statement that he made.
You must withdraw and say MEC Lissoufy. You must withdraw and say MEC Lissoufy. Whether you like it or not, he's the MEC.
He must withdraw what he said.
You withdraw your order.
Point of order. Let's honorable members.
There's nothing MEC in Albert's mouth.
Point of order.
This thing that
put all your heads down.
Point of order.
Yeah, let's put all the heads down. Honorable Dilange, when you speak, I'll have to recognize you. So you are not recognized now, and you end up speaking. As for the hands that are there, which I'm going to allow the hands, it's Honorable Hassan, whose hand is up. Can I give you Honorable Hassan?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm rising on an 88, which is the interruption. It's very clear the MEC is not putting any words in anybody's mouth. MEC is clearly replying to the debate and giving his actual response. If Member Delanga is
Point of order. That's not a point of order.
There's no point of order that's actually been raised as the MEC
Point of order.
Honorable Nell, we want to respect
Yes,
you,
Deputy
respect
Chair.
others. There's a speaker on the floor. I noted your hand.
That's why I'm raising a point
on the
of
floor.
order. On what point is the member rising? On what point of order?
I'm rising on an 88 to give effect to 89. I check my bit in front of me.
Honorable Nell, respect other members when they are on the floor.
I have a right to raise a point of order, Chair.
I can see your hand. So don't just interfere when people are speaking. So Honorable Hassan is on the floor. You will be recognized. Honorable Hassan, have you concluded?
Yes. Ultimately, there is no point of order that Member Delanga is raising. The MEC remains trying to is the MEC of Education to the question and the concerns that have been raised.
The MEC did put words in my mouth. That is true.
I didn't put any word in your mouth. I think your mouth, it's okay.
There's no point of order that can be raised at this point. I can take you to 77.10, which make it very clear that you cannot really make an order. The MEC is replying to the debate. And Honorable MEC Lusufi, you continue.
Thank you so much.
Chair, what about my point of order?
Member Chilwani, I really appreciate the points that you have raised about Black Lives Matters. It's something that we need to cement and ensure that there's no child that can claim to be oppressed or claim to be subjected to racism in our time. They may have oppressed our grandparents and succeeded. They may have tried to oppress our parents and succeed, but they will never oppress us, nor will they oppress our children or our children's children. Anyone who thinks that they can still advance their racist tendencies on our children, they must know they're wrong. And that is why we will stand with the children at Pretoria High School for girls and all other children in some of the elite schools in our province, not in our time. Will we tolerate racism? Will we tolerate people with anti-transformation agenda? Will we tolerate any school that they will think they will award marks or favors using race as a barometer? We will reject those schools. We are in the process of analyzing and appointing a committee that will investigate all racist utterances that have been uttered by learners and educators in all our schools in this province, whether it's private school or public schools. We must stand strong against racism, especially in this month of June, where we really believe it's a youth month. So any other school that think that will practice racism, they must know that their days are recorded and their days are numbered and will not tolerate that aspect. Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, MEC. We're going to the ninth order. The Secretary, can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The next order is consideration of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Budget Bill 12 of Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Macheke, can you deliver the committee report?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, I hereby tables the committee report on the Gauteng Department of Sports, Budget Vote 12 for the year 2020-2021 as follows. Deputy Chair of Chairs, may I request the Visual House to consider a part of the report I will not read as having been read. I will focus on the executive summary, the concerns, recommendations, and acknowledgements, and adoption. On the executive summary, the overall budget allocation for the 2020 financial year is 1,058,073,000, which is slightly almost the same as the amount of 1,058,424,000 that was allocated in the previous financial year, which was adjusted to 969,303,000. The budget will continue to grow over the MTF period. The committee dealt with the 2021 budget vote 12 during a difficult time when the world is fighting COVID-19 pandemic, whereby the country has put measures in place to flatten the curve of the virus, which includes the nationwide lockdown and social distancing. The department is hard hit by this virus, mainly because it is event-driven and it's impossible to maintain social distancing in its activities. On administration program, the department saw a budget allocation of 162,340,000 compared to an amount of 151,321,000 allocated in the previous financial year. This shows an 11 million increase. The cultural affairs program is allocated an amount of 255,713,000 in the financial year under review, which shows an increase from the 225,575,000 that was allocated in the previous financial year. The Gauteng Film Commission received an annual allocation of 39.5 million in the current financial year, reflecting a 5.6% increase from the 37.5 allocated in the previous financial year. The Library and Archival Services Program received an allocation of 320 million when compared to the 353 that was allocated in the previous financial year, which reflects a 9.4% decrease. The committee notes the decline in allocation for Program 3 due to compulsory baseline restrictions. The Sport and Recreation Program has been allocated an amount of 320,611,000 in the current financial year, reflecting a 2.5% decrease from the previous financial year. This is due to the compulsory baseline reductions. The committee notes that there are several events planned to be supported under this program, but this program is hard hit by COVID-19 and its restrictions. The committee noted that there are new targets set by the department throughout its programs in the current financial year, including the Gauteng Film Commission. It is commendable that the department is proactively tackling issues of service delivery by expanding services provided. However, the committee is concerned that the department has failed to achieve all set targets in the previous financial year, and the introduction of new targets might lead to further decline in performance. On concerns, the committee's concerns with the following. The department plans to support 60 arts, culture, and sports community structures through granting aid, which is the same number that was supported in the previous financial year. However, the allocation for this output has declined from 8 million that was allocated in the previous financial year to 6.2 million in the current financial year. The department discontinued transferring ICT infrastructure funds for libraries to the Western District Municipality. An amount of 1.2 million is allocated for maintenance of libraries in the province. The delays in the demolition of HMPG Stadium and that an amount of 50,000 is allocated for refurbishment of HMPG Stadium in the current financial year. The department plans to construct 5 community multi-purpose sports facilities in the financial year, and the same target was planned and not achieved in the previous financial year and in the 2018-19 financial year. The delays experienced in the operationalization of the Westbury operation Mabalen. Therefore, the committee recommends the following. The department to revise the budget allocated to support arts, culture, and sports community structures through granting aid and provide the committee with the revised budget projections in this regard by 31st of July 2020. Provide a detailed report on the reasons for discontinued ICT infrastructure funds for library support to the Western District Municipality and the impact this has for the municipality and the libraries in the district by 31st of July 2020. Provide a maintenance plan for libraries in the province and a breakdown of the 1.2 million that is allocated for this output by 31st of July 2020. Provide a demolition plans for HMPH Stadium and a breakdown of the 50,000 allocated for the current financial year by 31st of July 2020. Provide the plans to ensure that 5 community multi-purpose facilities, commonly known as combi courts, are constructed as planned by 31st of July 2020. Provide plans for the operationalization of Westbury Operation Mabalian by 31st of July 2020. Reprioritize its budget in light of the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on the department deliverables. The expected savings should be redirected to fund the outstanding library and sports infrastructure projects, such as Bofandrenian Stadium, Patrick Asintwelling Stadium, and the Soccer Museum project as pronounced by the Premier during the SOPA address. A progress report should be sent by 31st of July 2020. On acknowledgement, the committee would like to acknowledge the MEC and the acting HOD for the presentation of the budget vote 12. The report, the committee also would like to acknowledge the diligent deliberations of honorable members and the commitment of the staff. On adoption, in accordance with Rule 117, Sub-Rule 2, Section C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture recommends that the report on the budget vote 12 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill be adopted by the Visual House, considering concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Chair. Any seconder to the report? Can I get a seconder to the report?
Thanks, Deputy.
Diramela, I second the report.
Okay, thank you. I'm now going to put a question. All who are in favor of the report say yes.
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 Those who are not in favor say no. So the report is accepted and we take it, this report is adopted. Now the Secretary read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The next order is debate on the detail of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation Budget Vote 12 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
I now call upon the MEC, Honorable MD Hlophe, to present her budget speech.
Thank you. If you may just allow, can I just remove the camera so I can be able to read? Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Premier of our glorious province, fellow members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, members of the provincial legislature, representatives of business, organized labor, civil society alike, distinguished guests. I wish to extend my warmest greetings to all members in attendance. According to Darwin's Origin of Species, it is not the most intellectual of the species that survives. It is not the strongest that survives. But the species that survives is the one that is able to best adapt and adjust to the changing environment in which it finds itself. Madam Speaker, we gather today under conditions not of our making. The COVID pandemic has taken the world by storm, forcing us to think outside of the box and adapt to change. A task which, under your leadership, Speaker, and our Honorable Premier, this collective has been able to do. This virtual sitting is but an example of that, and we thank you. Madam Speaker, I present today the second budget vote under the 6th administration. I rise to table the 2020-2021 budget vote for the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. And the 2021 budget amounts to 1.058 billion, and over the outer years of the 2020 MTF, the budget increases marginally due to adjustments in line with the CPI projection inflation. Here and there is the budget breakdown per program. Under Program 1, which is administration, we have 162.3 million. Under Program 2, cultural affairs, we have 255.7 million. Under Program 3, library and archival services, we have 320.6 million. Under Program 4, sport and recreation, we have 319.4 million. Honorable members, as Gauteng government, we remain committed to the growing Gauteng Together Vision 2030. GGT 2030 is not a wish list, but an implementable and practical plan to building an inclusive and better society for all. Given the high rate of unemployment in our country, the government, and in particular this department, needs to ensure that it pulls from all its resources to ensure that all the sporting codes are accessed by all South Africans, and importantly, those from disadvantaged backgrounds, who due to their socioeconomic backgrounds fall through the cracks and remain in the periphery of resources. This department continues to play a significant role in shaping our society's discourse in eradicating the legacy of colonial and apartheid era. It is also a greater social agent and catalyst to critically transform our society to be a society free of racism, gender-based violence, climate justice, and promote a healthy living in our country, even in times of despair and hopelessness, as we are finding with the COVID-19. It is the responsibility of this department to provide happiness and hope to the people of Gauteng, a task we remain committed to. Honorable Speaker, allow me to break from tradition and not to quote a former leader, but rather an important lady by his side, Mamzanele Mbeki. During this gruesome time of gender-based violence, we ought to identify the hidden roles and sometimes invisible roles that women play. And in this regard, I chose to quote her. In her seminal work on sport, she says the following: sport and the physical culture has become arenas of intricate ideological rivalry for the simple reason that they exert some influence on social production, on human behavior patterns, and on sociological relationships. They play an important role in ideological education as a means of social integration and in the rational utilization of free time. In addition, sport and physical culture are important arena for peaceful competition and the spirit of friendship among nations. While these words were articulated in 1992, they still ring true today. Who can forget that in 1995, we had our Rugby World Cup, when our former president Nelson Mandela donned the Springbok jersey and embraced Captain Pienaar. Ever since that awe-inspiring moment, our country has had the fortune of hosting the Cricket World Cup and subsequently in 2010, the FIFA World Cup. This year, our country commemorates a decade since we hosted the 2010 FIFA World Cup. On this day, in 2010, the Loftus Stadium was abuzz with just over 39,000 spectators, whilst multitudes of soccer-loving fans across the globe were watching Group E match against Cameroon and Denmark in public viewing avenues and in television sets. Sadly, this time around, the sport venues are totally empty, and those who would be making a living out of these events are frustrated because the COVID pandemic is upon us. On a positive note, this pandemic compels us to think outside the box. Brian Stacey says, there are no limits to what you can achieve except the limits you place on your thinking. It is our collective responsibility that will make us overcome this pandemic. On administration, Madam Speaker, the department is working very hard to develop and implement strategies and measures to turn around the adverse audit findings of both the department and its entity, GFC. The reduction and ultimately the elimination of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful spending remains at the core of our operations. We have also made an undertaking to improve the turnaround time of paying valid invoices within 30 days. On sport and recreation, the sport industry is one of the sectors identified as hard affected by the COVID pandemic. In its bid to stem the spread of virus, sport activities across the continent took the unprecedented step to postpone and pause these seasons to curb the transmission of the virus. COVID-19 has a ripple effect on the socioeconomic social formation. The Sport Indaba held in last year identified the following considerations in sport and recreational development: the implementation of mass participation in sport and recreational activities, to cement school sport by establishing our Wednesday leagues, to boost our mega sport events, and to incentivize the Gauteng economy. The development of the Gauteng Transformation Charter and Audit, appropriate governance structures, and the building of and refurbishing of our facilities. In collaboration with the Department of Education, we have embarked on an initiative to revive our Wednesday leagues for football and netball across the ages, and the 12, 14, 16, and 19 years youth. This will serve as a springboard for talent identification and nurturing. We embark on this task out of the appreciation that it is through us that in order for us to retain our crown as the home of champions, we ought to focus on the grassroots. Whilst this program is on hold due to COVID restrictions, which prohibit sporting activities, the department will be focusing on the construction of sporting infrastructure within school districts and our corridors to ready ourselves for the post-COVID reality. Further, to ensure the recreation is institutionalized in partnership with the Department of Health, we established the Hanyani Wellness Program, a program geared at reducing our provincial health bill. As we appreciate that a lot of illnesses can be reversed by simply ensuring that individuals live healthier lives, and in turn, a decrease in the number of individuals requiring health care for illnesses such as diabetes, obesity, and so forth. This affirms our belief that an active nation is a healthy nation. We continue to support members of the homeless communities that are currently within our 47 identified COVID social center sites across the province with regular fitness and wellness activities and equipment. Our province is also starting to position itself for the 2023 Women's Netball World Cup, which will be held in Cape Town. This tournament will have a potential of economic injection across countries to prepare friendly matches preceding the championships, similar to the FIFA World Cup. We will start to invest in adequate netball infrastructure like spring wooden boards to host the African and international tournaments. Honorable Speaker, due to COVID, our province has established a relief fund with the intention of assisting provincial athletes, coaches, fitness industry practitioners, recreational community organizations, artists, art practitioners across the province. We have pledged 28 million to assist the struggling sport and art sectors. The advert for the applications will be closing this month and the adjudication thereof will ensue. On arts and culture, in the State of the Province address, our Honorable Premier affirmed the commitment to develop the cultural and creative industry implementation plan with the aim to unlock the full potential of the sector. The department working tirelessly to realign and respond to the industry and the imperatives of the 4IR. Honorable Speaker, the contribution of arts and culture in the economy has not been fully recognized. It continues to be seen as entertainment and fun, and thus a non-essential. The COVID pandemic has, however, proven that the arts are critical to the psychological health and well-being of society. We witnessed this with the important role our artists played during the period to soothe and break the dread of COVID. This was achieved by the various lockdown virtual music sessions that were held across various TV stations, radio, and various other platforms, which took place within the country and throughout the globe. Additionally, COVID-19 crisis has presented an opportunity for the digitalization of the sector through various sophisticated and flexible use of technology. In reprioritizing departmental programs to respond to the manifestation of the virus, we have increased our grant and aid from 4 million to 8 million. We have also called for individuals to submit proposals for virtual creative programs in line with GGT Vision 2030. The arts and culture industry continues to be a key revenue driver for the province through events, bidding and hosting, urban regeneration and revitalization, sponsorship, brand equity, I could go on, and tourism, importantly. It is in this regard that the department deems it a critical sector for increased job opportunity creation. Informed by research finding, during the development of the strategy framework, the department will implement the product and enterprise development programs and the 10 creative hubs and market access initiatives across Gauteng. The department will ensure that the creative industry continues to prosper, even under COVID. Hence, we are creating a virtual platform for fashion designers, virtual artists, crafters, with strategic partners within the industry, the likes of Destiny Magazine and Samsung, as an avenue to increase market access for them. We will continue working with our partners within the sector, such as the SIFSA, to organize the sector and empower artists, focusing mainly on the marginalized within our communities. On heritage, the department continues to provide support to our three monuments, namely Buipatong Memorial and Youth Center, the Women's Living Heritage Monument, and the Kagiso Memorial and Recreational Center. Transforming the heritage landscape through the identification of roots linked to the struggle and community champions remains high priority, as these will contribute greatly to tourism development in the province. In addition, the promotion of national symbols and national identity remain critical to our efforts to instill patriotism in our communities. We will ensure that our flags are flown in all government departments in Gauteng, including our municipalities. Accordingly, our National Symbols Program, implemented in partnership with the Department of Education in our schools, will continue to exist to promote patriotism amongst learners and the Gauteng residents alike. On our entity, the Gauteng Film Commission, the GFC, in partnership with the department and other stakeholders, is spearheading a number of online sessions within the industry, such as the Africa Month Audiovisual Masterclasses, the Youth Power Online Audiovisual Series, aimed at introducing the world of film and animation to members of society, as we seek to ensure that the multitudes of opportunities within film are accessible to all, in our attempt to transform the sector, moving individuals from thinking that to be in film, you only need to be in front of the camera, but we seek to get them behind the camera and its various workings, so more individuals are able to write and produce our tales and tell them as they ought to be told, dismantling the media narrative of how Africans are viewed and the various gender stereotyping. Other similar sessions are planned for the months that are coming up, which is Women's Month and Heritage Month accordingly. On library and archival services, Madam Speaker, the department is working with the Department of Infrastructure Development to accelerate the building of libraries of the future, which are an integral part to our 4IR. We are also working with our provincial treasury as we reprioritize our budget to ensure greater focus on infrastructure development, particularly during this period as our department cannot really do much of the other work. We hope to enhance the equitable share allocation to address our constitutional and legislative mandate. We seek to transform these libraries into integrated community centers and catalysts for development in a myriad of services rendered. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to announce that under the circumstances of COVID-19, we revamped our e-library and responded to curbing the virus while encouraging reading of our citizens. Our virtual library is doing exceptionally well and has exponentially increased our readership. Through the realization of how well it is doing, it is a feature we will keep even post-COVID, ensuring greater access to our library resources. We are in the process of engaging with the Department of E-Government to ensure that we digitize even our archives, as this will also increase access to that resource. In conclusion, and I hope I'm not running out of time, Madam Honorable Speaker, what we have just tabled is informed by the priorities that the 6th administration has set. Moreover, we have committed ourselves to ensuring that in pursuit of our mandate, we will be accountable, transparent, and adhere to the prescripts of good governance. Whilst COVID has made our work difficult, we rely heavily on mass gatherings and events. The sectors have tried their best to adapt to the change and continue to work virtually. In this regard, we thank our artists and various sport individuals for never giving up and keeping the nation's spirit up even through these tiring times. In conclusion, and as a final point, I wish to emphasize that the department is indeed about all things sports, arts, entertainment, and fun. However, this outlook may also mislead at times, and it is in this regard the department, as instructed by our Premier, will continue to focus on development, transformation, and the business of sport and arts as critical economic sectors. I thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable More.
It is amazing how Gauteng Department of Sports, Culture and Recreation budgets for the purpose of adjusting its budget for a few months down the line. Despite this budget adjustment, the department still underspends and fails to meet all its targets. We have seen the department doing budget adjustments in the previous budget allocation, and we foresee the same in all future budgets. There seems to be a problem of planning and implementation by this department. Planning is crucial in every budget cycle, and a lack of consistency by the department in terms of its budget allocation is worrying. The department has been allocated 1.1 billion for the 2021 financial year, of which the sports and recreation program budget will decrease for 327.5 million in the 2019-20 financial year to 319.4 million in 2020-2021 financial year. Recreation program, the department consistently underperforms on this program. The Gauteng athletes, artists, cultural organizations, and communities are waiting and watching this game played by the government. If the DA was in charge of this department, we would do proper budget planning and ensure that all targets set are achieved by spending the allocated budget, as well as monitoring the implementation of the department's programs. We, the elected public representative, ought to be truthful and honest to those we represent and serve. We are all here representing different communities across Gauteng. It cannot be that when government engages with the public, they use the platform to make commitments which they know they will not fulfill. A typical example is a promise that the department made to the stakeholders of Mamelodi in Tshwane about the HMPG Stadium. The department misled the people of Tshwane that the HMPG would be demolished and that all those responsible for the multi-million construction damages will be held accountable. The department said that all the monies wasted from the construction of the stadium will be recouped and that the stadium will be reconstructed. This new budget has absolutely no commitment with regards to the demolition and construction of the HMPG Stadium. This explains the kind of leadership that is at the helm. I am reminded of the Bob van Renen Stadium in Mogale City that was once the base of sports development for young emerging athletes of Mogale City and the neighboring areas. The young people's dreams were destroyed and millions disappearing with absolutely no accountability. This department should ensure that there is proper project management and consequence management. If the DA was in government, we would ensure that the service providers involved in the construction of these stadiums are blacklisted and that all the monies wasted are recovered. We continue to see increasing instability within the management of the Gauteng Film Commission. The budget allocated for service delivery is a mere fraction of the entire budget of the commission. The GFC board calls for endless board meetings beyond budgetary limits, and there is still no permanent CEO. It is high time that the MEC ensures that the GFC has permanent CEO, and that will drive this entity, to the benefits of Gauteng residents. This department is failing in its core mandate to deliver adequate sporting facilities to our people. This budget will not benefit our sports, arts, culture, and recreation industry, and therefore the DA does not support this budget. Thank you.
Honorable Ndlovu, we are on the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier of Gauteng, members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable members of the Legislature, ladies and gentlemen, the people of Gauteng. Deputy Chair of Chairs, let me start by extending my humbleness as I table my maiden speech and take time to greet the people of Deep Kloof. I further thank you for the opportunity offered to me to take part in this important debate, the budget vote debate. Like Mama Albertina Sisulu once said, and I quote, we are each other required to walk our own road and then stop, assess what we have learned and share it with others. It is only in this way that the next generation can learn from those who have walked before them. We can do no more than tell our story. Then it is up to them to make of it what they will. It is for this reason that we in the ANC value this opportunity, because it allows us to reflect and report on progress made thus far in line with the commitments we made when we took oath of office. This debate is taking place during a very important month in the history of the struggle. Took a firm stand against the then regime. This year marks 44 years since the Soweto uprising. We must continuously honor those who came before us, those who sacrificed for us to be free and be able to debate in our mother tongue in this house. Deputy Chair of Chairs, Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela once said, and I quote, "There is no longer anything I can fear. There is nothing the government has not done to me. There isn't any pain I haven't known." It is not correct that 64 years since the heroic Women's March in 1956, that women, our sisters, mothers, and daughters, who play such a pivotal role in society, are made to live in fear of the opposite gender. It is time for a paradigm shift. Our generation is expected to take over the baton and be catalysts. We need to adopt an attitude of protecting the vulnerable in the society. Deputy Chair of Chairs, since the attainment of freedom, we in the ANC have always believed that sport is a key instrument in building a socially inclusive society. Perhaps let us use sports, given its reach particularly amongst men, to start a conversation that seeks to condemn the barbaric acts committed against women. Let us declare that women, sisters, mothers, and daughters can no longer live in fear under our watch. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the core function of sport and recreation is to promote wellness, including using school sports to facilitate talent identification and to promote sport development and high performance to continue making Gauteng the home of champions it has become. Since the dawn of freedom, significant strides have been made to realize the electoral commitment contained in all our manifestos. In line with school sports, the department will continue to support the Sports Wednesday leagues in all public schools in the province, and there is a consideration to extend the program to schools of learners with disabilities. These will include 15 Wednesday leagues, which will be hosted in the districts, and one school enrichment project, which will be hosted in vulnerable communities. We will ensure that all leagues are sustainable and well organized, including in no-fee paying schools. The department will work twice as hard on the integration of early childhood development in the school sports program, since ECDs will now be falling under Department of Education. In regards to deepening our work in promoting social cohesion, the premier social cohesion games are being localized to 11 areas across the 5 corridors. In line with promoting healthy lifestyles, the hashtag Hanyani Wellness campaign has been launched, targeting 52% of Gauteng residents who do not get enough exercise through walks, mass aerobics, and yoga classes. The department will continue to invest in community games during festive periods. The department will also continue to support the programs to expand sporting infrastructure in schools and communities by building 40 multi-purpose sports courts over the next 5 years. We will intensify women participation in sports, including through the launch of women's football leagues and providing girl learners with sports bras. The department will coordinate the participation of girl children in school sports and learners in the farm and rural schools, ensuring that they are trained and able to deliver school sports programs. We will vigorously promote and transform sports tourism as a major contributor in the Gauteng economy. In partnership with Sports and Recreation South Africa, the department hosted a youth camp at Mopani Lodge in Cullinan. A total of 200 youth attended the camp. The participants attended sessions on leadership, social cohesion, life skills, and nation building. Sports development in the period under review, Deputy Chair of Chairs. A total 1,690 athletes were supported by the sport academies, and 624 people were provided with training to deliver the academy program. A total of 40 local leagues were supported in codes including netball, gymnastics, swimming, boxing, hockey, women's football, basketball, volleyball, cricket, and rugby. benefiting 8,414 participants. For this budget, we further want to call the department to prioritize infrastructure development for the HM Pecha Stadium, Bob van Renen Stadium, Patrick A. Ntsoelenga Stadium, and many others. It is important for the department to leave a lasting legacy for the generations to come after us through sports infrastructure. We further call upon the department to prioritize the Soccer Museum as pronounced by our Premier during the State of the Province address. As Gauteng will remain the home of champions and our programs must be reflective of such. As I conclude, allow me to remind you that Madiba once said, and I quote, "A winner is a dreamer who never gives up." We have come too far, a close quote. We have come too far to give up now, fellow South Africans and residents of Gauteng. Let us continue washing our hands and wearing masks, practice the Ubuntu principles and look for each other. The ANC therefore supports this budget of the department. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I call upon Honorable Magato?
I thank you, Acting Deputy Chair of Chairs. The mandate of the department, as highlighted in its mission statement, is to ensure access, increased participation and transformation of sport, arts, culture and recreation sectors in a manner that yields optimum social and economic benefits for all in the province and promotes nation building and social cohesion among its people. This, however, has not been the case, more especially considering the recent COVID-19 restrictions on the sports, recreation, arts, and culture industries. During the current financial year, the department, including the Gauteng Film Commission, received a total adjusted budget appropriation of 969,303,000 at the end of the financial year under review, and amount of 886,599,000 was spent, representing 91.5%. This is not in line with the Treasury regulations, showing an unsatisfactory improvement of 1.5% as compared to the same period in the previous financial year, where the department spent 90% of its annual allocation. Moreover, this under expenditure is indicative that the department does not care about how the COVID-19 and lockdown regulations affect artists and entertainers, as the majority of these people depend on festivals and events to make a living. With this in mind, it baffles us as to why this department continues to underspend its allocated budget. As the EFF, we are of the view that money that is meant to be allocated to programs that would not be implemented is supposed to promote coherence, better coordination, and true efficiency, instead of being wasted by the heads of these entities through litigation. There is no way that South Africa can transform its economy to enable the meaningful participation of Black people when the money is being wasted through the litigation. And artists are neglected by the department. We ourselves as the EFF have even gone as far as setting up a fund to assist artists and other under the SRAC department, yet the SRAC department continues underspending its budget. The department, in its report to the committee, submitted a disclaimer that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the correctness, completeness, and validity of the submitted information has not been verified. For the quarter under review, the department was allocated an adjusted budget of 329,887,000 and 247,183,000 was spent, reflecting an expenditure of 75%. With regards to service delivery targets of 70, only 41 targets were achieved, reflecting 59%, and 29 targets were not achieved, representing 41%, which was a lower performance compared to the previous 3 quarters. The department partly attributed that to COVID-19 pandemic. However, the lockdown was announced by the president to start on the 26th March. Therefore, this cannot be used as an excuse for the under expenditure. The Gauteng Film Commission was allocated an adjusted annual budget of 37,500,000 during the 2019-2020 financial year, and they managed to spend 35,604,000, which is 95%. For the quarter under review, the GFC was allocated 9,480,000, and at the end of the quarter, they spent 9,514,000, reflecting 100% of their set quarter targets of 25. They managed to achieve 19, which represents 96%.
We can't hear you.
Honorable Chabalala, just switch off the camera. Chabalala, can you switch off the camera?
It's off.
Honorable Mogato.
Come, Ruth, come.
Ruth Masemula must switch off the phone, the mic, the camera. Masemula, Ruth.
I did not switch on my camera, Chair.
Yeah, but just conclude.
Okay, thank you very much. Moreover, the Auditor General gave this department an unclean audit and development in all sporting codes. For Black youth is something unheard of. We have not gotten a budget allocation for the establishment of a statutory body which will regulate and professionalize the arts and culture industry. The department has even failed to change the names of every road, natural attraction, building, or any other asset where the name has any direct or indirect link to the colonial or apartheid period. This budget is expressly rejected by the EFF. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mogatwe. That's Masamula. Now I call upon Honorable Dilange.
Speaker, thank you very much. If I can start by saying to MEC Shlope, if you meet your promises, ma'am, I commit today that I would hail you in media as the one MEC who actually did complete what she promised to do. I've been around with the Bob van Reenen Stadium for many years, being an athlete myself from many years ago. And I'm sitting with media releases starting from 2013 and even before that and every year after that, where massive amounts of money, millions. In fact, if I look at 2014 and 2013, 314 million rand were promised and allocated by the ex-Premier Mokonyane and MEC Mahile when he was still the MEC of Sports, where they promised to resuscitate the Bob van Reenen Stadium. All this money was spent and lost and it disappeared. There's absolutely nothing. There is nothing but a skeleton. In fact, Bob van Reenen, as it is now, is useless because everything has to be ripped out, which is going to cost us at the end of the day billions of rands. We stole a stadium from the community. Political leaders stole the stadium from the community. And I'm repeating that particularly because it was a number of sports that were actioned at that particular stadium. It was not just athletics and rugby, and it was an international stadium that was lost to Gauteng and it was lost to the West Rand. It was a huge income from Mogale City, which was lost. And I think that was one of the unforgiving things, and one of the biggest problems is the fact that there's absolutely no consequence management to any of the people who were involved in the neglect and the mismanagement and the irregularities that happened at that stadium. There's other stadiums like Tshwane where we also have the same kind of problems, and I would call on this department to honor their budget, to honor their promises. The Freedom Front Plus does not support the budget, as we have no reason to believe what is set in front of us. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Chabalala.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation budget for 2021 financial year is not different from the previous year's budget for this department. The budgeting by the department lacks innovation and out-of-the-box thinking to deal with challenges that are facing our people in Gauteng and make meaningful contribution to the sports, arts, and culture-loving community in our province. The department has allocated 255 million for the program 2, cultural affairs for 2020 financial year. This budget will be used to support 3 heritage sites, Puipatong, Kagiso, and the Women's Living Heritage Monument. This money will be allocated for the major arts and cultural events such as commemorative days, national days, the Gauteng Carnival, Music and Dance Festival. 21.6 million is set aside for the Premier Social Cohesion program, and 19.3 million is allocated for Oliver Tambo Sonini Social Cohesion program. The budget allocation for this program looks good on paper. However, the department has consistently failed to implement its plans. The Puipatong Heritage Site and Women Living Heritage Monument are still not fully operational, even though there is always a budget allocation for these heritage sites. The Kagiso Archives is underutilized and some parts of the building are gathering dust. This raises questions about where the money is budgeted for these heritage sites are being spent. Surprisingly, the department never fails to spend money on hosting annual celebratory events while it fails to get our heritage sites up and running. Our province has been a top spender on the provincial sporting awards over the last 5 years. The department also wasted 2.5 million on the DSTV Delicious International Food and Music Festival, which did not benefit the Gauteng residents. If the DA were in government, would ensure that we capacitate the project management unit of this department to ensure that all projects are completed within the stipulated timeframes and within allocated budget. In terms of hosting celebratory events and sports awards, would cut down the budget allocated for these events through utilizing government institutions, venues, and cutting down on refreshments and transport costs. By doing so, the remaining money could be used to deliver adequate sporting facilities, equipment, and gear for different sporting codes. Deputy Chair of Chair, the budget allocation for the library service program has been reduced from 358 million in the 2019-2020 financial year to 320 million for 2020-2021 financial year. This is mainly because the department consistently underspends on this program budget. I have conducted oversight visits to different libraries across the province, and I was shocked to discover that the state of our library infrastructure. There are some libraries that have been completed and still not operational, while some are operational but facing serious challenges. While facing serious challenges around the lack of adequate resources, the shortage of books, staff, insufficient computers. Some library books are outdated, and there is a challenge with Wi-Fi connectivity. The libraries are using the municipality provided Wi-Fi, which is weak and to which they are unable to connect. Some of our libraries are not receiving adequate maintenance, yet the department is reducing the library service program budget allocation. The department has consistently failed to achieve its targets on completing library infrastructure and delivering workstations for the visually impaired individuals in libraries. There are always delays in the finalization of tender processes for the procurement of library books and furniture. There are always delays in completing infrastructure projects. If we were in charge of this department, we would prioritize library infrastructure by spending its allocated budget and conducting an audit on all libraries in order to identify their needs so as to allocate library services budget correctly. Deputy Chair of Chair, this department budget does not reflect any planning. Therefore, the DA does not support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Macheke.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. It is my great pleasure to make my contribution to this very important budget vote debate. This month, we commemorate the 44th year since the 1976 June 16 uprising. We must pay tribute to the gallant young activist. The bravery of that generation helped us to usher the democratic dividends that majority of our people today enjoy. And for that, we salute them. Young people globally and here at home are in unison in saying enough is enough against racism and other forms of discrimination. The ANC remains convinced that a society where one's color, creed, or religion will matter not, except the solidarity of the human race, and that we have one race, the human race. The unwarranted, racist, and misguided attacks on Minister Mamang Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma must be condemned by this visual house. I would like to remind those who still believe in white supremacy and white privilege that such has no place in this country or anywhere in the world. Our country, as led by the ANC, will never cower to bigots in its efforts to eradicate racism in its totality, discrimination, and the triple oppression of women. Deputy Chair of Chairs, in the past few weeks, our country has witnessed several tragic and violent crimes against women and children. These include the brutal and senseless killing of an 8-month pregnant Sofatso Puli and many others. It is 26 years into democracy, but for women and children, it has been hell. Hell created by us men. I'm even ashamed to call myself a man. Looking at my girl children, I wonder, do they see someone to protect them or a monster to abuse and hurt them? As men, we must apologize to women for our behavior. Therefore, Deputy Chair of Chairs, allow me to say on behalf of all male members, we apologize to all female members of this visual house and all females across Gauteng and South Africa for our behavior as men. Deputy Chair of Chairs, when the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown went into effect on the 27th of March, one of the most hard-hit sectors were those within this department. The majority of them were left in dire situation with no income at all. It is for this reason we would like to extend our appreciation as the ANC to the Gauteng Department of Sports, led by MEC Mbali-Hlophe, for availing relief funding to those qualifying within the arts, culture, and sports sector, especially the informal practitioners. We must not shy away to indicate that those affected mostly are those from previously disadvantaged areas, especially in our townships. We are saying thank you because we know that thousands of artists, cultural activists, and sports persons have placed their faith in an ANC-led government. Your gesture, Honorable Premier and MEC Hlophe, is a demonstration of an ANC-led government at work and a true reflection of a caring Gauteng government. Deputy Chair of Chairs, on progress made in the past year in line with the ANC resolutions, I'm happy to report that a lot has been done, but much more still needs to be done. The core mandate of the department is to provide library and archival services and ensure access, increased participation and transformation of the arts and culture sectors to benefit all citizens in the province. ANC will continue to support the department in its objective, in its goal, and to invest transforming our public libraries into information, knowledge, and cultural hubs. We will continue to support the department's accelerated connectivity program as part of building libraries of the future. Deputy Chair of Chairs, as you all are aware, Gauteng is regarded as a place of opportunities where you find thousands of migrate to Gauteng in the hope of acquiring jobs in the province of Gold that will better their lives. Many of them come to embrace the vibrant arts and culture within this province, making Gauteng a home of many creative industries. Through this budget, the ANC-led government will continue to support arts and culture programs such as performing arts activities, traditional sectors of music, dance, drama, poetry, and visual arts. The department will explore all opportunities to implement the craft strategy so that crafters and other related industries gain maximum benefit from the programs offered. It is our pleasure to indicate that the department has resolved to allocate more funding for the craft sector and granting aid beneficiaries, and the film production will continue to be financially supported. The budget will allow the department to continue promoting social cohesion by encouraging the national holidays are celebrated on an intercultural and non-racial basis and are fully inclusive of all South Africans throughout virtual or online, in line with the current COVID-19 regulations. Deputy Chair of Chairs, as we have indicated, sectors within this department are the most hard hit by the pandemic, but we hope this will not distract us from our course to realize social cohesion and nation building by celebrating the Gauteng Heritage Carnival, which brings together people from all walks of life to celebrate their diversity. We are hopeful that the adjusted budget that will be tabled in the near future due to the COVID-19 pandemic will further prioritize infrastructure development within the arts and culture sector. People of Sidibeng and Western deserves theaters. We further look forward to the first ever South African Music Week as pronounced by the Premier during his State of the Province address. In conclusion, Deputy Chair of Chairs, our country is made up of resilient and strong-willed people. As Father Trevor Huddleston will say, and I quote, "God bless Africa, guard her people, guide her leaders, and give her peace," close quote. The ANC therefore supports this budget vote 12 of the department. Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. I now call the MEC to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. And I must thank all members for their contribution, those that have been critical and where fair commentary has been given. Both alike, we thank it. We're a department that is never shy of any of our shortcomings, and where we do fail, we are the first ones to indicate where we have challenges. I think, Chair, with that said, it would be dishonest of Member More, Member Ruth, and Shabalala to claim that nothing has been done. Well, I'm not sure, unless if they don't pay attention within the various portfolio committee meetings that have been there. Because to claim that nothing has been done is to say that we have achieved a 0%. And I'm quite certain that none of them can be able to prove and substantiate on that. So this is just nothing but politicking on their part, which we understand because they are running a particular agenda. But be that as it may, here are the facts. That one, yes, the department has an underspending, but I can indicate with certainty that there is an improvement if you have to compare over the last 3 years. And these are the numbers as they indicate. In 2017-2018, the under expenditure was 120.7 million. 2018-2019 was 96.3. 2019-2020 was 82.7. And this is still high, but we are reducing it because we have made measures now, and the members would know because we have reported on this within our portfolio committee meetings, that it will drastically reduce even from what it is now, because there's great movement within Program 1, because we have started to advertise our posts, and 2, the focus on infrastructure, because that is the work that the department has to focus on. But 2, Chair, the members also indicate that the department is utilizing COVID as an excuse. I find this rather interesting, because the members continue to cite only the 27th of March as if that is the only time when restrictions came upon in the province. They seem to forget that the first thing that was introduced by the president was the restrictions in the number of people that can attend an event. And this was way before even the proper lockdown had been introduced. So they can't then claim that it's all an excuse because these things were never there. And that impacted greatly on our Q4. And that is why out of the 3 quarters that are there, you will note out of the 4 quarters that Q4 is the hardest hit because the COVID impacted so greatly on it. And which means with the type of work that we do that relies heavily on mass gatherings, mass events, and so forth, we had to reduce those, but also take them online. A thing that we've been able to do quite successfully, as I indicate. We went virtually with our libraries, we've gone virtually with all our national days and so forth. And we are continuing to create job opportunities even for artists, because we know that they are the hardest hit and cannot be able to perform in events. But through the various virtual events that we host, we're able to still make sure that they're able to get paid. So the myth that the department does not care for artists by our fellows in red remains just that, because the proof is there and the proof is in the documentation is given. We further indicated that we created a relief fund where 28 million will go towards individuals within sports and arts sectors. We've increased our grant and aid, and I could go on. So I'm not quite sure what the members are speaking of, but we've also taken a step further to say we don't want to just rely on government funding. We are bringing the private sector on board, and that is why we can pronounce gladly today that we have brought the likes of Samsung, of MTN, and so forth. And these are individuals who are helping us with the creation of the various other virtual platforms we are creating. And with the one that we'll be launching soon, which is our fashion and art exhibition platform, which will allow individuals to display their work so that they are able to increase their market access. And Samsung has taken it a step further to say within the new TVs that they will be introducing, which are going to be part technology as a TV, but when you switch it off, it won't just be a blank screen. The visuals of the artists will be there. And this is a global brand where the artwork of these individuals will be seen. So we really are trying to do new things and take it better, because we understand that our individuals within sports must not just be appreciated within the country, but must be appreciated globally. We want to create as many big names as possible. Member Ndlovu is probably gave fair comments and stating that we ought to reprioritize and focus on infrastructure. And indeed, we will be doing that. We fully agree with you that HMPG, Bob van Reenen are critical. And indeed, as Member Mutsara also indicates, that Citibank and West Rand continue to be a focal point for us. We are continuing to focus on those. In this period, because we can't do much work, a lot of it will be focused within infrastructure. And in this regard, because we are planning towards the launch and the implementation of the Wednesday leagues, which we spoke about, we will be making sure that the demolition of HMPG does take place, and we continue to be in engagement with the DID in this regard. What is also good, though, is that Mamelodi Sundowns owner has also indicated that he wants to be a part. So those engagements continue to take place. We will ensure that the HMPG errors that were made are corrected accordingly. I think, Chair, those are the few words that I can indicate, and to say that we really must thank our portfolio committee. We'll have tough times at times because they are very critical of the work that we do, but we appreciate it because it assists us and allows us to do better, to think out of the box and ensure that we take the department to the next level. And for that, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's get to the next order. Secretary, read the 11th order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The next order is consideration of Community Safety Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Community Safety Budget Vote 10 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Let me call upon Chairperson, Honorable MD Matsena, to deliver the committee report. Honorable MD Matsena to deliver the report.
Thanks, Deputy Chair of Chairs and members of the legislature. I, in my capacity as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, tabled the report on the committee of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee on the assessment of the budget vote of Gauteng Department of Community Safety for the 2021 financial year. The Community Safety Committee table is
We can't hear you.
9.2 million, which was received in the previous financial year. In the 1920 financial year, the department was initially allocated 759.2 million. This allocation was adjusted to 778 million during the budget adjustment period. At the end of the fourth quarter of the 1920 financial year, 764.3 was spent. The department's 2021 budget allocation is distributed amongst its three programs as follows. Program 1, administration, has been allocated 179.9 million in this current financial, which is an increase by 6.3 million, marking 4% increase when compared to the previous financial year. Program 2, Provincial Secretary has been allocated 253.9 million. This is an increase by 85 million, marking a 50% increase when compared to the previous financial year's allocation. Program 3 Traffic Management has been allocated 496.9 million, marking an increase by 80.3 million, which is an increase by 19% from the previous year's allocation. The committee considered this budget vote of the department during the time where the country is confronted with a global health crisis posed by the coronavirus pandemic. Resulted to resources being diverted to ensure enforcement and compliance with the lockdown regulations. The committee further noted the report that the department has reprioritized resources toward the implementation of the priorities of the Growing Gauteng Together plan. Key to the mandate of the department is monitoring of police performance to improve the quality of policing and achieving crime reduction. The department reported that it will continue to monitor all 142 police stations through its monitoring tools, such as the Gauteng Information of Police Performance System, Gauteng Law Enforcement Agency Forum, and the Derivalology Program. Furthermore, the department reaffirmed its commitment to improve police performance and reduce crime by 50% by the end of this administrative term. The committee further noted the department's plan to review the current policing model to determine a best policing model based on current visible policing. The committee welcomed the development of the provincial gender-based violence response team, which was launched in March 2020. The plan was intended to enhance and promptly address the scourge of gender-based violence. In addition, the department planned to develop and pilot a case tracking system with focus to priority crimes and GBV cases to ensure that justice is obtained for victims of crime. The committee noted the department's plan to continue with its traffic law enforcement programs to enhance road The committee also noted the department's plan to continue I was a little bit disconnected, Chair of Chairs. The committee noted that 108 million was set aside to procure 12 mobile stations and vehicles to enhance police visibility. These stations were to be deployed at crime spot areas to enhance accessibility of police services in communities. The committee further noted that the department has to continue to participate in Operation Okaimolao, which are an integrated law enforcement operation aimed at crime reduction and prevention. Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Deputy
We are
Chair of
listening,
Chairs.
Honorable Matana. We are listening.
No, thanks, man. There was some interruption.
Yeah, can you just conclude?
Member Mapiti, I'm here.
The ongoing reports related to the late payment of stipends to patrollers, the delays in the establishment of additional Ikaya Letemba centers across the province, the plan to roll out green doors across the province, the plan to a solid system to ensure that payments of patrollers are effected timers. The department must submit a progress report on the plan to establish additional Ikayele timber centers across the province. The department must submit a comprehensive plan to establish additional Ikayele timber centers across the province. The department must submit a detailed report regarding the list is planned to procure mobile police station and vehicles. Madam Deputy Speaker, the department must submit a plan to achieve the 20% reduction on pedestrian fatalities. The department must submit
Is it me or is it Member Matsena, colleagues? Hello?
I think he's got network problems, Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
We can hear you, it's Matan.
Ish, what do we do now?
You must move
We
from
proceed,
the
we proceed.
Okay.
Let's proceed, Deputy Speaker. I think we can accommodate him when he's back on the line.
Okay, but we can't proceed because we must go to the next order after him, if I'm not mistaken. We are on order 11, isn't it? Order 11 is him who must present, yes. So we must then adopt or reject the report. So maybe somebody from the committee can, I'm from the committee as well, but it can.
If I may, Speaker, I think we must adopt and take the areas that are not read as red, because we have read the report, and I think we can move from this point.
Member Shackleton.
Agree. MEC.
Yes, Member Shackleton, Member Hoffman, please come through.
Member Moody.
Member Moody. Member Moody, yes. Member Moody.
Yeah,
please.
Deputy Chair, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
I so move to accept the report as read and as presented by the Chair.
Okay, do the rest of the committee members seek adoption as well?
We move, Chair.
Okay. Do you have a seconder for this move?
I was seconding Member Moody.
Oh, you were seconding. Okay.
Member Moody, yes.
I put a question now to you.
All right.
Yes.
Deputy.
Yes.
Deputy yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Okay. Then those who are not in favor, can they say no? Those who are not in favor, none. So the ayes have it. Thank you very much. The report is adopted. Secretary, can we proceed to the next order? Next order, please.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next order is debate on the detail of the Department of Community Safety Budget Vote 10 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2020 for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mazibuko, MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me greet Madam Speaker, our Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, our members from the Mayoral Committee responsible for safety. Let me acknowledge the presence of our Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Mawela, our stakeholders from the criminal justice system in the province, our community policing force in Gauteng, senior management of the department, ladies and gentlemen, and the people of Gauteng. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are presenting this budget at a time when our country is faced with a pandemic of COVID and gender-based violence. Lives are lost every day through COVID-19 and gender-based violence. Women now face triple challenges, Honorable Speaker, which also include the fourth challenge, which is gender-based violence. As the Gauteng provincial government, we need to acclimatize to categorizing the socioeconomic challenges that are facing women to include gender-based violence. That way, we will be seized with the task of ensuring women are safe in their homes, in the streets, and in their workplaces. Let me share with you some of the incidences that have happened since the past weeks. Since lockdown, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we have seen many cases of GBV spiraling out of control, as if there is a concerted campaign to molest women in our province. For level 4 lockdown, figures are standing at 1,205. At level 3, we are now standing at 810. The past 2 weeks have been worse days, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every day news we hear is about women who have been killed and their bodies have been dumped in the fields or found dead. Let me share with you some of the incidences also. In eTwatha eKuruleni, a body of Ms. Zandile Ngubane was found under the bed, and the suspect, who is her boyfriend, has been arrested. In Petfontein, the victim, being Slindile Ndlovu, was last seen with her friends and her boyfriends watching movie, and later on the friends had to force open the door, and her naked body was found under the bed, covered with a blanket and full of blood. The boyfriend has been arrested. In Eldorado Park, members of the community had to inform the police that they saw a body near Freedom Park, open field along Golden Highway. And there, a female wearing blue jeans, her hands were tied and with a rope and folded in a big bag with a zipper. The body was almost decomposing, Honorable Deputy Speaker. In Yeovil, deceased Teliwe Velile, a Zimbabwean national, was stabbed by her husband, who is also a Zimbabwean national residing at the same address. She was rushed to hospital and declared dead on arrival. The suspect, her husband, has been arrested. In Ekuruleni, Niniza Hlatshwayo, who has a 2-month-old baby, was beaten up the whole night and thrown out of the house at 2 a.m. by her boyfriend. In Johannesburg, in Dlamini, Amanda was beaten up by a living lover on Monday, all because she arrived in the morning while attending a family gathering. In Dobsonville, Sanelisiwe Mfaba, whose body was also found dumped near Sasol Garage in Dobsonville, the boyfriend was arrested in eTwatha. In Tshwane, in Esteras, Evelyn Tikok was also found dead in a room, and her boyfriend had disappeared, and later the boyfriend was arrested in Eldorado Park. And not forgetting Tsukufatso Pule, who was 8 months pregnant, whose death shook the whole nation and mobilized everyone. Just yesterday, Madam Deputy Speaker, a 3-year-old girl was found dead in Orange Farm and a body stuffed in a washing bag. Today, we wake up to a news of a body of a woman being found along Golden Highway. The list goes on, and these are just a few incidences that we are aware of. Many have died and have never been reported or made headlines. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is sickening and makes all of us to ask questions. Why are women being killed? Femicide has to end, honorable members. The girl child found in Orange Farm, I'm certain was killed by somebody she knew and trusted. The women mentioned above were killed by men they proclaimed they love. Enough is enough. Men must now stand up. Matota Sabelani. We applaud Tsofatso's uncle, Tumisang Katake, who represented Sandile Manswe, the convicted murderer of Karabo Mukwena, for declaring that he will never again represent a man who has killed or raped. We wish to call upon more lawyers to join Tsikho's uncle and refrain from representing rapists and killers of women and children. Genuch is genuch. We further wish to call upon parents of girl children to stop negotiating when the girl child has been sexually molested. They must stop accepting imbuzi or imali under the auspices of apologizing. You are permanently destroying the lives of your girl children. Madam Deputy Speaker, as women of this province, we have marched, we have reclaimed the night, we have picketed at courts, we have done all we can, and doing this all in calling for justice for women. All the perpetrators must be brought to book. We wish to applaud the police for speedily arresting the perpetrators and are now asking the criminal justice sector to do its work. First, they must not grant bail to these perpetrators and later ensure that they give hefty sentences that will deter other perpetrators from committing acts of gender violence. Our Gauteng Premier, Honorable Makura, highlighted during the 2020 State of the Province address that crime remains one of the top 3 concerns of residents of Gauteng, together with unemployment and poverty. Crime undermines our efforts to foster both economic development and stability because it robs families, communities of well-deserved peace and harmony. The Gauteng Department of Community Safety is fully aware of the fact that the unacceptable high levels of crime lead to negative perceptions on safety in the province. Crime has a devastating effect as it threatens investment, retards economic growth, deters job creation, and ultimately a setback in our endeavor of growing Gauteng together, the GGT 2030. As the department, we contribute under the safety, social cohesion, and food security. We do this by supporting the implementation of national action against GBV, mobilizing communities to take charge, support law enforcement agencies to reduce crime fatalities, and police oversight and traffic law enforcement. South Africa is a signatory to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which we call the CEDAW Declaration, the Beijing Platform of Action, and other instruments. But women are perpetually oppressed through violence. The National Development Plan clearly states that all vulnerable groups, including women, children, and rural communities, should enjoy equal protection and their fear of crime should be eradicated through effective coordinated responses of the police, business and community, and civil society. In our Ready to Govern document as the African National Congress, we declare that women should be able to walk in the streets freely without fear of assault and should be able to feel safe and free from violence in their own homes. As part of the GGT 2030, there is a need to ensure that our police are better equipped to offer support to victims of gender-based violence and are also properly trained to combat and investigate crime. On behalf of the Gauteng Provincial Government, as the Department of Community Safety, we have been given the responsibility of being champions in the fight against GBV. We are working with all the departments in the province in ensuring victims and survivors of GBV are assisted. Our Honorable Premier, when delivering the SOPA on the 25th of February, he announced that we as Gauteng will be rolling out our Gauteng plan on GBV, which will give effect to the President's emergency response plan on gender-based violence and femicide. Various departments have contributed in the development of the 5 pillars of the response plan as adopted from the National Emergency Plan, and they are as follows. The first one is prevention of gender-based violence. Second one is provide care, support, and healing of victims, enhance the legal and framework, strengthen the criminal justice system, economic empowerment of women. The plan also includes the setting up of focal points, parallel panel of gender activists, which will be located in the Office of the Premier. And part of its responsibility will be to coordinate government, civil society, and private sector interventions against gender-based violence and femicide. This clearly demonstrates our unwavering commitment in dealing decisively with the scourge of gender-based violence. The Gauteng Provincial Government has budgeted over MTF 188 million for the implementation of the plan. We'll be also appointing a coordinator for the province whose responsibility will be ensuring that effective implementation and monitoring of the response plan across the province and all spheres of the province is done. All victim empowerment centers will be functional in all our 142 police stations and be well equipped to provide support and immediate case management on GBV matters and psychosocial support. We'll be rolling out green doors in all our 5 corridors, and these green doors are places where women and children who need help can be assisted and be kept in a safe environment whilst awaiting for the police. Several women safety forums have also been rolled out in identified areas, and through the social cluster, we'll also develop and implement empowerment sessions on GBV. We will further, Madam Deputy Speaker, mobilize our communities in the fight against crime by strengthening the social movement against crime in our province and our safety structures such as the CPFs, the community patrollers, faith-based organizations, military veterans, young people, ward committees, and sector crime forces. Our deployment of ward-based patrollers will further increase the safety of our communities. We further call upon our communities to work with these safety structures in ensuring that Gauteng is a safe place for everyone. This will further give credence to our Take Charge campaign. It is critical that we intensify our Take Charge campaign which is aimed at strengthening and making sure that our communities are safe. And wish to call upon ward councillors to also participate in their CPFs as ex-official members so that they are also able to guide the policing plans and priorities. We had already started hosting safety summits since February, and unfortunately were disturbed by COVID-19, which unfortunately made us not to continue. These safety summits were aimed at developing implementable area-based plans to fight crime in our province. We'll continue hosting them in this financial year, but we'll have to find an innovative way of doing it. We'll continue supporting the law enforcement agencies as per the commitment that was made by Premier, committing our provincial government, and that will ensure that their work is made more simpler by establishing a state-of-the-art technology. An amount of 108 million over the MTF period has been allocated towards the improvement of this visibility. The department also intends to prioritize e-policing strategies, tools of trade and provincial operations center infrastructure, and tools of trade. And the Gauteng provincial government, working together with the SAPS, will be setting up that state-of-the-art provincial integrated command center where all public law enforcement agencies and private security companies share their resources, crime-fighting technologies, and this will also make sure that they integrate all the cameras that are installed in the malls, in the central business districts and all roads to track down the criminals. And it will also integrate the use of drones and other cutting-edge technologies in order that criminals have nowhere to hide here in Gauteng. The police also will be provided with 100 high-performance vehicles, which will be fitted with cutting-edge crime-fighting technology, and 50 additional patrol cars and 12 mobile police stations for them to be able to enhance public visibility in crime spots, highways, and in public spaces on a 24-hour basis. As a department, we continue doing our mandate, that of oversight, in ensuring that we monitor police conduct and oversee the effectiveness and efficiency of services the police provide in the province. The department is also mandated to promote police relations and assess the effectiveness of visible policing in line with Section 206 of the Constitution. The monitoring and overseeing of police performance will continuously be done, and our role will continue making sure that we even conduct audits on closed dockets and highlight improved police focus in addressing gaps that contribute to low detection rate, drug-related dockets that are withdrawn at court, and revealing glaring omissions regarding supervision and investigation of crime. The coordination of the Gauteng Law Enforcement Agency Forum will continue, and it will make sure that all the milestones are yielded as a result, such that joint policing strategy is monitored regularly, station visits are done, and evaluate the implementation of the existing policing strategies, policies and instructions. The Metro Police Departments also play a crucial role in the fight against crime, and all factors that seem to hinder their work will be made sure that they are not allowed to do that. We will continue to work in glove with the South African Police Service and Independent Police Investigating Directorate to address cases and allegations of police brutality. Our offensive strategies against criminals and traffic offenders are still on track, and we are not turning back. On traffic law enforcement, the department will be employing an additional 400 traffic police officers over the next 3 years to increase visibility and enhance road safety. And some of them will be absorbed at a cost of 42 million annually, which is 262 over the MTF. The department is on course to reduce road fatalities by at least 12% on all the provincial roads. And the department has also supported the implementation of the social crime prevention plan with priority on school safety, and will continue to capacitate and train more traffic officers, our Gauteng traffic police officers in public order policing in response to the emerging challenges such as land invasions. The traffic law enforcement agencies are working tirelessly to turn the tide against crime amid the difficult conditions they confront and the challenges that they have, as are aggravated by the global pandemic. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Operation Ukaimlao has made significant strides in reducing crime. More work needs to be undertaken to make Gauteng safer and ensure that criminals have nowhere to hide in our province. I urge Gauteng citizens and their organized formations to join government's efforts and help wage a sustained and multifaceted campaign against crime. We also want to reassure the people of Gauteng that the SAPS, under the stewardship of Lieutenant General Mawela, is committed and ready to fight crime. Nyabonga kakhulu, danki nyabonga. Thank you.
Enkosi Mphathiswa Mazibuko, Honorable Ndate Mudi.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Every year, money is allocated to this department, yet there is very little to show for the money spent. Year on year, crime in Gauteng remains at an unacceptable high level, with the scourge of gender-based violence, domestic violence, rape, theft, and other related crimes on the increase. The citizens of Gauteng are not even safe in their homes. With or without high walls, electric fences, beams, dogs, and other security measures, we live in fear. Gauteng remains the crime capital of South Africa. This year's budget includes an increase in the monitoring of domestic violence and gender-based violence cases, as well as an increase in the number of oversight visits to police stations and docket audits. I do not want to discount these planned interventions out of hand. I would like to believe that these oversight programs will be effectively undertaken, therefore resulting in an improvement in the performance of the SAPS and will not merely be a box-ticking exercise. I'm heartened to see that there's an intention to improve police visibility in crime hotspots by reinstituting foot patrols. The deployment of bobbies on the beat has been an effective policing strategy since its inception centuries ago by Sir Robert Peel. Deputy Speaker, I see that the department will be purchasing and supplying 12 mobile police stations of doubtful quality and effectiveness. I visited such a mobile station on the Malata Road. The toilet was used as a storeroom. The space is very cramped. The officers were concerned about their safety as the bodywork is of prefab material and not bulletproof. The Tata truck itself is the cheapest of such vehicles on the market, and from my experience, the untrustworthiness or the trustworthiness of such brand is less than desirable. The budget is 108 million rand for 12 such mobile stations and the vehicles as alluded to by the MEC. I will be watching this expenditure with a keen eye. Deputy Speaker, I have a problem with the department wanting to place the responsibility of appointing and deployment of stipend-earning patrollers at crime hotspots and schools to the CPFs. The CPF is not a service delivery body, but a civilian oversight one. In my opinion, it will be unconstitutional for the department to give the CPF this responsibility. In any case, this irresponsible decision will be open to abuse. Who will be held liable should any patrol abuse his or her position and a criminal or civil claim arise therefrom? Anyone who employs a person will take on the responsibility as an employer. Madam Deputy Speaker, illegal mining is out of control in Gauteng and brings danger to the neighboring communities. Most of these illegal miners are foreigners. Just last night in Florida, a shootout ensued between Zamazamas, where 2 was killed and 7 injured. This is less than a kilometer from our own home. This is in the middle of a residential area. In Tukomsres, for example, illegal mining is happening within meters of houses on the periphery of the township. Residents are constantly being harassed and intimidated by these illegal miners who are armed to the teeth with firearms. They also use dynamite to extract the gold, once more putting the lives of innocent citizens at risk, as well as compromising the structure of their homes. Farm attacks and murders are on the rise. Just this week, within a 24-hour period, 7 incidents of farm attacks took place on the small holdings of Onderstepoort, just north of Pretoria, in a 15-kilometer radius, allegedly by a notorious gang who operates in this area. Our farming communities are under siege, and serious attention should be given by this government to protect this vulnerable community on whom we rely for food security. Deputy Speaker, I've witnessed MEC Mazibuko being on the ground and working hard in leading the police in enforcing the COVID-19 regulations and at the same time participating in crime-fighting operations in general. Hopefully, her hands-on approach will also not just inspire the law enforcement agencies to improve their performance, but also that the target to reduce crime by 50% at the end of this political term will be achieved. I may point out that over the 16 years that I have served on this committee, such targets have not been reached. As a citizen of Gauteng, I can only but hope that the effort to achieve this very ambitious target will be seriously worked upon. In the meantime, I, like millions of fellow Gauteng citizens, will continue to rely upon the protection afforded me by my guardian angel, my own safety awareness and preparedness, on my neighborhood watch, and on the private security company I can afford to employ. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Modi. Honorable Dadali Toba.
Isn't it Kanyile? Madam Speaker, it's supposed to be Kanyile.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, is he there?
Deputy
Should
Speaker,
I move on to?
Supposed to be Kanyele.
No. I've got Member Letwaba here on my list. If he's not here, let's go on to Member Hoffman. After Hoffman, we'll go to Shackleton. If he's still not there, we'll go to the other, to Member Kanyile, and so on.
No,
Sorry, Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Sorry, Madam
Yes.
Speaker.
Order.
Yeah.
We have
Yes.
skipped Member Kanyile on the program.
I have not skipped Member Kanyile.
According to the
Member
program,
Kanyile is the second last after the reply of the MEC.
No,
How did I
Speaker,
skip
there
it?
was an advice. There was a revised speaking list that was submitted that corrected that, Madam Speaker. It was
So
issued out this morning.
Oh, so what must happen now is that after Member Moody, it's Kanyile.
Yes,
And
Madam Speaker,
Keito.
for 7 minutes.
Okay, and then do we then go back to the program? I'm sorry, I missed that. So after Kanyile, do I go back to the program as is, for instance, Member Litwaba, Hoffman, Shackleton, and
No, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, after Kanyile is Keitong, JJ Hoffman, M. Shackleton, Matsena, and lastly, Mazibuko.
Okay, it's fine, colleagues. You will guide me as we go. I know I take that, and apologies, I did not get the new memo and the new amendments. But then let's go right to Member Kanyile then. 7 minutes, you said.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Member Hoffman, you're now speaking.
Deputy Speaker, we engage in the debate of budget vote 10 of Gauteng Department of Community Safety, being aware that there are processes to revise and prioritize programs to be implemented in the current financial year, taking into consideration the need to address the challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. This August House will note that the budget is informed by its intentions to realize the objectives of the safety aspects of Growing Gauteng Together 2030 Plan of Action, the details of which were unveiled by the Premier in the State of the Province address delivered in February of 2020. These are aimed at ensuring that the most vulnerable members of our society are protected from any harm and that everyone feels safe and secure. In the engagements the committee had with the MEC, it is apparent that as reprioritization will be taking place as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, these areas of focus of GGT 2030 will remain relevant for effective mobilization of society against this pandemic and beyond. Deputy Speaker, this consideration of the budget on the safety of our communities takes place in the month which we recognize the contribution of 2 milestones in our struggle for liberation. This month, we remember the struggles waged by the young people in 1976 to fight the criminal system which wanted to criminalize the determination of the oppressed to liberate themselves and thus bring a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous society. That struggle was inspired by the need to realize the ideas of another milestone our country and its people will be celebrating, the adoption of the Freedom Charter in Kliptown on the 26th of June 1955. It is in realizing the significance of these two historic parts of our struggle, and indeed all the struggles which were waged to bring our liberation, that the programs outlined in the proposed budget prioritize the safety of citizens, defining the important role of the youth in safety initiatives, and accelerating the vision of our forebears when they declared, amongst others, that there must be security for all and equality before the law. Deputy Speaker, in supporting this budget, you also take note the refocus and prioritization of the strategic programs which are specifically aimed at community mobilization and participation in safety measures, community police relations, and fighting crimes against the vulnerable. All these encompassed in the Civilians Oversight Program of the department. Like I said earlier, most of these programs have a potential to contribute immensely in the coordinated effort to fight COVID-19 and in complementing programs determined by the Department of Health, which includes mobilizing society to adhere to the protocols required to prevent the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. Deputy Speaker, there are too many families in our communities who are devastated by losses of loved ones on our roads. Most of these are pedestrians who are jaywalking in the streets, followed by fatalities in road crashes as a result mainly of drunken driving. As the budget calls for focus on safety in our roads, we need also to support the attempts which the department prioritizes to work with other law enforcement agencies like traffic departments of local municipalities and metropolis departments, which are established to enforce traffic safety. This must also be a coordinated effort with other departments, especially Department of Roads and Transport, to bring improvement in our roads and make them safe. Deputy Speaker, listening to the members expressing their disgust at femicide, domestic violence and gender-based violence in the debates must give the community of Gauteng confidence that this House has taken up one of its strategic roles to be a site of struggle to advance the fight against these crimes against women and girl children. As we prepare for the platform called upon by the Premier yesterday for us to engage in coming up with concrete steps we must take to eradicate femicide, domestic violence, and gender-based violence, we must also continue to support the call made by President Cyril Ramaphosa on Wednesday evening. The President has called for our support of the National Strategic Plan to guide our country's national effort against gender-based violence. The determination by the President to ensure legislative amendment through prioritization of matters related to minimum sentencing in case of gender-based violence, bail conditions for suspects, and also refocuses on the need for concrete plans for greater protection of women who are victims of intimate partner violence, as the President said. Let us urge our representatives in the National Council of Provinces to accelerate efforts to process the legislative amendments put forward by the President. Let us prioritize the call by Premier Makura yesterday so we can ensure that as legislation is finalized, our views, the views of the people of Gauteng who are against femicide, domestic violence, gender-based violence are also heard. As we do so, we need to delay the plans in the budget of the we need not delay the plans in the budget of the Department of Community Safety aimed at mobilizing men through the initiative called Men as Safety Promoters and mobilizing young people through youth crime prevention desks. These are initiatives intended to collaborate with women as safety promoters and society in general to deal with femicide, domestic violence, and gender-based violence. We must congratulate the swift action by the police in arresting most of the perpetrators, as has been reported. In doing so, we must honor the members of the community who have taken it upon themselves to report these perpetrators to the police for them to effect arrest. We must not stop until the rest are behind bars. Deputy Speaker, our fight against crime needs a coordinated effort. Honorable Matsana will elaborate on this later. Suffice to say that it is this need for a coordinated effort that the department intends to mobilize for more patrollers to be deployed in wards, schools, and business centers. In addition, effective coordination of the criminal justice system as envisaged by the budget will go a long way in accelerating the fight against crime. We would urge, Deputy Speaker, that we need, as this legislature, to engage in discussion on how we can strengthen the efforts of the department to coordinate the criminal justice system. The success of the safety intentions of GGT 2030 depends on such coordination. I thank you.
Thank you, Brasox.
Honorable Member Socks.
I'm done, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you for the contribution. Honorable Tong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Can I see you, Honorable Tong?
Okay.
Go ahead, don't worry.
Okay. Okay, the department is receiving a budget allocation of 930.7 million for the 2020-2021 financial year, compared to 759 million it received in the previous year. This is amount of 23% increase. With the budget increment it has been receiving over the years, it has remained most of the worst performing in the province. And we reiterate our call that the time is now for them to close shop. They are unhelpful in the worst possible ways. The province is faced with shortage of police stations and police officers, and the department cannot do anything about this. Civil Secretariat is one of the key programs of the department because of it includes safety promotion, community police relation, as well as monitoring and evaluation. It is clear that members who are assigned to SAPs do not take the department serious because of this recurrence of challenges which were reported in the previous financial year, despite such of being identified by the department. The intelligence of this department is much of to be desired and can be concluded as we are not safe at all in this province. The department has decided to decrease the budget allocation of police and research to sub program by 17%. The Minister of Police admitted in 2018 that Gauteng province is the crime spot in the country. In 2017 alone, according to Stats SA, there were 423 murders reported, 9,410 sexual offenses, 4,710 attempted murder, and 41,091 common assault cases. Community policing forums are dysfunctional in the townships where majority of Black African people live. Where they exist, they are not properly trained. Gender-based violence is a national crisis. With the level of crime and abuse against women and children, the department decided to reduce its budget allocation of safety promotion by 10% in the current financial year. And it was a reduction of 17% in 2018-2019 financial year. This is a program that provides support to victims of gender-based violence. In terms of criminal justice system, the police are main culprits in the delaying criminal proceedings, especially cases that involve women and children. The investigation skills and their handle of victims' violence and abuse leads to cases prolonging unnecessary, and this have serious consequences against the victims. The police are failing our communities because they are not accessible, especially of people who live in informal settlements. Police stations are far and there are no patrols, no mobile police stations near these areas. That is why criminals hide themselves in these areas because of the police do not frequent these settlements. The EFF rejects the budget and move this budget to be permanently shut down. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks,
Sometimes,
Honorable Member.
comrade.
Thank you,
Sorry?
Speaker. Yes, Sisi, thank you very much for that contribution. Ntate Hoffman, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, 43.5 million was allocated to community police relations, thus CPFs and patrollers and etc. Speaker, with that being said, we are not seeing any funds directed to rural safety. This, Speaker, despite an enormous rise in stock theft and farm attacks. This despite 7 attacks within 24 hours within Onderstepoort. Madam Speaker, landowners and government properties are being invaded by record numbers, despite government stating that they will protect citizens from land grabs. Madam Speaker, rural safety seems to the Freedom Front Plus not to be a priority for this government. Will it be fair comment to state that farm attacks might be politically motivated or sanctioned? Madam Speaker, this budget unfortunately is window dressing. We need action and real assistance from government. Gauteng crime is out of control. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dr. Hoffman, thank you very much for that. Member Shackleton, please. Member Shackleton.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Department of Community Safety has been allocated 930.7 million rand for the 2020-21 financial year. This marks a 23% increase on what was received in the previous financial year. The overall budget has increased significantly, but this does not help as the money will be misspent and handled in a manner that does not serve the people of Gauteng. 108 million rand has been set aside to procure 12 mobile police stations and vehicles to enhance police visibility. As the DA, we ran a petition in Hammanskraal, as requested by the community, to have a mobile police station established in Suruman to serve the surrounding neighboring areas long forgotten by this province, which stretch from Sekampaneng to New Esteris. We will wait with bated breath to see if this budget will answer the call of actual communities. Every police station in Gauteng that we visited as a committee told us that they were short on vehicles. Real change can be brought to create better policing that will be appreciated by all. The department reported that 36 safety kiosks were to be deployed at crime hotspot areas. Of these 36 deployed safety kiosks, 18 were reported broken and under repair. The quality and safety measures of these kiosks remain a major concern and highlight the need for proper procurement. Throwing money at a problem is one thing, but the proper allocation of that money is also required. The department's budget report states that better relationships with communities are needed. I tried to access the website of the Gauteng Provincial Community Police Board just the other day, and it is impossible to access. A Google search for the board's details takes you to Facebook and Twitter pages, which has only the non-functional website as a means for communities to engage with the board. Again, money has been thrown around, but it is not clear what has been implemented. In the report, the department plans to create replicas of Ikhaya Letemba. We cannot have replicas. We need something better, with increased oversight and functionality. In March, a woman and child were evicted from Ikhaya Letemba, not to mention that it happened during the coronavirus lockdown. The one in Everton is not operational and is the only other so-called replica that we are aware of. The department's role in trying to keep the people of this province safe is welcomed. Unfortunately, however, looking at the track record of this department in failing to use its allocated budget well, it appears to be in the wrong hands to adequately serve the people of Gauteng. This budget must therefore be opposed. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Shackleton. Member Ndate Matena? Member Matena?
Yes, thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope this time I'm not going to be sabotaged by technology. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is a shame today. It is shame that we meet today when women are still subjected to the most barbaric and inhuman treatment by men who profess undying for them. The horrific and brutal murder of Tsofatso Pule belies the ideals which the youth of 1976 stood and fought for. All people shall have the right to live where they choose, to be decently housed, and to bring up their families in comfort and security. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't believe that marching will only help us deal with this problem, unless through legislative review in this House, we must ensure that barbarians roaming the street should feel the mighty of the state. It will not be enough to condemn this act of terror towards women. we need to ensure that justice must seem to prevail by ensuring that all those who do these wrong things are really being taken to court and sentenced to long type of years in jail. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, our mission as the ANC has consistently been the creation of a society which is biased towards the poor and working class by ensuring that social crime prevention become priority and public education on gender-based violence is always fundamental paragons of society at all the time to combat crime in general. Today, Madam Speaker, as we debate the budget vote for Community Safety Department, the intention is to continue to provide an equitable service to our poor and vulnerable communities. The ANC-led provincial government, Madam Speaker, must continue to foster integrity and initiate sustainable, sound and supportive institutional arrangement to promote pedestrian safety and intensify traffic law enforcement for a safer road environment. Our strategic goal is, amongst others, to exercise our powers and perform our duties and function to attain the following outcomes for community safety: improved institutional performance, financial management, and accountability role for corporate governance. Improve oversight on law enforcement agencies' performance and reduce level of general crime and social crime. Strengthen social movement against crime through empowered communities and partnership, as well as reduction of roads and pedestrian fatalities to respond to the core values and functions of community safety. As the ANC, we affirm the responsibility of the department to enhance police performance through continuous oversight and meaningful community participation. Furthermore, to enhance social prevention by addressing violence against women and children, mobilizing youth and combating the scourge of substance abuse and gangsterism with intention to reduce road facilities by improving traffic law enforcement and road safety education. Madam Speaker, our government is committed to professionalize the police service .
Hello? Hello, am I the only one? Or it's member Mapiti being challenged by technology again?
No, we lost it.
He's being challenged by technology again.
Hey.
Okay, members.
Someone is working on him today.
It's not member Hoffman who's working on him. On a lighter note.
Not me.
No, on a lighter note. Then what do we do then? Because we need to move on.
Yeah, I will move to the MEC.
Let's move to the MEC. Dr. Matana will address us in the next session. Not a problem. Honorable Mayor Faith, MEC.
Thank you very much.
In the house? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. And we truly appreciate all the inputs that we received from members. And we always take their inputs very serious. They contribute to us strengthening the work of the department. We don't undermine their inputs, including their deliberations. Truly, indeed, Honorable Member Moody, crime is a problem in our province. And as you rightly pointed out, that the challenges that we have in Gauteng, especially of your illegal mining, your zamazamas, and the fight for what we call your turf wars that we see happening. People fighting over our minerals. And yet I'm 100% sure none of those that are fighting there are South Africans, are people that come into our country and want to demand or fight over what belongs to our country. And I'm sure that working together as members of the communities, we can be able to assist one another and root out some of these wrong things that are happening. But we have discovered, in fact, even when we do various visits in communities, some of them hire out yards of people and be able to continue with that. We hope that members of the community now, they will avoid renting out space to people and not know what it is that they are doing in their homes. Informal settlements, as members were pointing out, that are now becoming a crime haven. Some of them are actually established by some of the political parties in the legislature. And cut land and put people. How do you expect police to forever be chasing after land invaders? This is unfair even on police, because they have to focus on fighting crime, and yet they have to find themselves having to stop land invasions. And even the shacks, the way they are put on our Deputy Speaker, they are closer to each other. You can't walk. Just now you can't even walk in those passages. So can you imagine if there's an incident or there's an accident? A stretcher can't even get into some of these places. So we hope some of those that are doing these wrong things will be able to know that what they are doing is not correct. The patroller program, Honorable Member Moody, we have been saying majority are volunteers, like you yourself also volunteer in other structures. So it's people who are determined, who want to help to fight crime. That is why they join the patroller program. But because we are a caring government, we end up having to find some bits of money to be able to help pay stipends, because can you imagine every day some of them, they wake up, they escort people going to taxi rank or to bus stops. Over weekend, they assist even at malls, in marshalling, and ultimately go back. Obviously, your family members will look up to you, that you wake up every morning, you're going to assist, but you come back, you don't even bring bread. So we're helping them at least as part of fighting poverty, that they are registered also through our EPWP program, and they're able also to get a stipend. Working together, I'm sure through our neighborhood watches, Honorable Member Hoffman, we are certain that we have included rural safety. It may not come out in words and say rural safety, but the investment that as the provincial government were doing to increase visible policing by also assisting police to get more cars that can actually be deployed. It is meant to such needs and priorities. So we hope, honorable members, you'll continue assisting as we are doing oversight in ensuring that where police have not reached those corners, we are, remember, if we're in the metros, we also have got MPDs, and some of them even have more personnel, but we will be able to assist one another to make sure that our communities are feeling safe and are feeling protected. And really, indeed, crime is a serious problem. The safety kiosks we have noted, unfortunately, the workmanship that was done on those kiosks is something that leaves much to be desired. That's why we're to stop for a while and be able to relook at how best can we be able to have those safety kiosks and have them functioning well and in good condition, so that then they are also safe for those people who are working there. We wish to urge all of us to be part and parcel of Know Your Neighborhood campaigns, so that then this will help us to identify all the problematic areas that exist within our communities. By doing so, honorable members, I'm 100% sure we'll be able to know who is doing wrong things within our communities, and we should not just fold our arms and not report some of these wrong things that are happening. But let's make sure you also have the phone number of the sector car where you stay. You also have a phone number of the police station where you stay, so that then by calling 1011 sometimes, it takes longer for police to be dispatched. You'll be given a reference number. You'll forever be waiting, because they then have to redirect that call to your local station, and the local station being the one that has to help assist you. So let us have those phone numbers handy so that then we're able to assist one another. I'm 100% sure all men will see them now in the forefront of fighting gender-based violence. With those few words, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for all the members for participating in the debate. Have a wonderful day.
Have a wonderful day to MEC, and thank you for that. Let's continue, Secretary. Can we have our order, the next order and the last one?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The next order is Health Portfolio Committee's Focus Intervention Study Report emanating from 2018-2019 Gauteng Department of Health Annual Report on assessing progress made in absorbing the community health workers into the Gauteng Department of Health. Thank
you. Okay,
okay, sorry, I forgot that I must mute before I speak. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for this opportunity. I, Dr. Rebecca Paladidi-Ramela, the chairperson of the Health Portfolio Committee, tables the Portfolio Committee Focused Intervention Study Report emanating from 2018-2019 financial year. The topic is assessing progress made in absorbing the community health workers into the Gauteng Department of Health. I request that parts of the report that I will not read be considered as read in the House. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature has a constitutional mandate to perform oversight in the form of focused intervention study. According to the SOM, the Portfolio Committee has a legislative mandate to evaluate the efficiency of public service program and sub-programs and the appropriateness of financial resource allocation and management. If the issue of concern is not well addressed by the department during the deliberation within the committee, an FIS may be conducted to further investigate the matter to the achievement of satisfactory outcome. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as prescribed by the SOM, a committee is mandated to undertake 2 focused intervention studies during a financial year. The first FIS is conducted after the budget process during the second quarter of the financial year. The focus of the FIS is to determine whether or not a specific sub-program or project is sufficiently allocated. The committee therefore seeks to assist the department in identifying areas that would have a direct impact on the service delivery. This would assist in identifying if resources are sufficient to achieve the objectives and or targets set by the department. On compliance and quality, particularly with regards to timeframes, the department prepared, sent, and presented the report on the responses to the resolutions on the report for FIS within the required time frame. On oversight or stakeholder engagements, the committee held a stakeholder engagement session in order to gain more insight on the progress made in absorbing community health workers. The following was noted from the session. There are currently 8,719 community health workers employed by the department, serving as ward-based outreach teams, referred to as WARBOTs, and lay councillors as well as peer educators. A total of 770 ward-based outreach teams have been established across the province within the 5 districts, covering 477 municipal wards. There are also 2,079 community health workers appointed by the 5 municipalities in Gauteng. The total number of community health workers, including those currently appointed by the municipalities, which the Gauteng Department of Health plans to appoint as full employees of the department, are 10,798. This move will also improve the lives of the community health workers, as their families will be receiving better remuneration. to assist their families. This will also reduce upheaval that negatively impacts on communities in terms of service delivery disruptions. The absorption of this cadre will also reflect positively on the department effectively ending uncertainty on the status of community health workers in the department. It is common cause that absorption would come at a significant cost, thereby demanding effective and efficient management of community health workers. Submission and approval for permanent appointments was signed. Available budget letter received from Finance on the 6th of May, as it is Treasury requirement for the creation of posts. Approved submissions was also submitted. Job evaluation was requested and submitted to the Office of the Premier. Provincial Treasury currently is assessing the cost and affordability of appointments for the current financial year and MTEF. Department of Health is awaiting endorsement letter from Treasury and subsequent post creation and appointment. On overall assessment, the committee notes the strides taken by the department in order to ensure the absorption of community health workers to the Department of Health in Gauteng's payroll. However, the committee is concerned that the issues that were previously reported as challenges faced by the community health workers have not been included in the reporting. Those include absence of uniform to be used easily for easy identification when they visit homes. Further, to inform the committee, note the non-reporting on the procurement of protective gear for community health workers, particularly the PPE during this pandemic era. This is noted to be a matter of emphasis, taking into consideration that this cadre also require the PPE. Therefore, over and above the uniform, community health workers will require further protective as they are busy doing their duties. The issues concerning safety and security has been reported in the past that community health workers are facing issues of safety when conducting their duties in the field. The issue of transport was also raised as a concern, since these cadres have to walk long distances between the patients that they are caring for in their communities. On finding proposed committee recommendations, the committee recommends that the department should provide detailed strategies to be implemented by the 30th of July 2020 as follows. The development on the previously reported issues of the uniform, safety and security, as well as transport for the community health workers. The procurement of the protective gear required by these cadres when conducting their work. The detailed budget allocated for the absorption of community health workers into the Department of Health in Gauteng's payroll. On acknowledgement, the chairperson, myself, I wish to thank the Honorable MEC, Dr. Bandile Masuku, and his team led by the Acting HOD, Professor Lukele, for the preparation and presentation and efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report and responding to the questions raised by members. Highly appreciated is the role of the committee members of this portfolio of health in their dedication and commitment. Those are Honorable Lasindo, Honorable Dagile, Honorable Mabunda, Honorable Bloom, Honorable Fuchs, Honorable Mugwebo, and Honorable Dilange, as well as Honorable Ghana. Further, as the chairperson, I would like to acknowledge the support staff, Z. Panchwambalo, S. Ninweli, N. Gidi, Dr. Mukonoto, N. August, Team Somi Aingobo, W. Sibande, N. Butelezi, A. Mukoka, as well as M. Makwela. On adoption, in accordance with Rule 1172, subsection C, read together with Rule 165, the Health Portfolio Committee recommends that The FIS report on assessing progress made in absorbing the community health workers into the Gauteng Department of Health, emanating from the 2018-2019 annual report of the Gauteng Department of Health, be adopted by the House, taking into account the recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thanks to you too. Thank you, honorable members and colleagues and everybody on behalf of the Speaker and the presiding officers. Before I go there, let me request a seconder. If there is any.
Madam Acting Speaker, Member Bloom to second.
Thank you very much, Member Bloom. Can I put it to the House to check for those that are in favor?
Yes.
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 Yes. Aye. Yes. Okay.
Aye.
Yes. Can I check for those that are saying no? They do not adopt? There are none. Honorable Adams, thank you for your video. But thank you very much. The ayes stroke yeses have them. On behalf of the presiding officers, in particular the Speaker, thank you so much, honorable members and colleagues that got us here. The next meeting will be communicated to all of us, but may you have a lovely weekend and keep warm, stay safe. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. The meeting is, or the session is officially closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank
See you on
you.
Tuesday.
Thank you, Deputy